si ndio? Lakini sasa wana discuss about their challenge.
Na like tumesema tuwapatie time discuss strategy ya kuweka.
Mjue sasa time itakuwa mbaya. Mjue time itakuwa mbaya.
nifanye kama tatu. Yeah. Kosa shule. The issue of not able to read and write. The issue of the time.
he's also a consultant at Active Solutions Limited, which deals with marketing. Jimmy is very passionate about youth development and personal branding to enhance their strategic position in the marketplace. He is a holder of Vicom marketing, and currently he is doing his postgraduate diploma at Chartered Institute of Marketing, CIM, at Strathmore University. So kindly, and he's also a member of a professional body, so kindly put your hands together and welcome Jimmy Brian.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. My name is Jimmy, as you've been told. This morning I feel blessed to be with you here. It's not been easy to find an opportunity, especially the COVID situation that has been in the country, to find an opportunity for young people to come together and share ideas, because they say iron sharpens iron, and for us to find iron that sharpen iron, they have to come in contact. So given that we've had this opportunity to be here today, personally I feel so glad. I saw what Gric is doing, and I think they're doing a very good thing for young people. When I was younger than I am today, I used to do a lot of such events to attend, and they really helped me a lot to be who I am today. A lot has been said about me. I hope most of them are true, and I hope most of them continue to shape me to be who I am today. So today my main topic, I wanted to touch on career development and mostly on personal branding. So career development, I believe it starts when we are very young. When I was a young man, I wanted to be a pilot. Then as I continued to grow, I wanted to be a doctor and an engineer part-time. Then I got somewhere and I wanted to be a lot of things. Then when I got to university, to high school, nikaona vile vitu zinanipeleka. Nikasema hata si hao walimu si hawakuwagi wabaya sana. But then I think that's the first step that career development journey takes, because it's an internal ambition that you as a person, you take, and you start choosing that thing which you think is what can make you happy in life and can help you fulfill your purpose on earth. And another thing on career development is that majorly it's shaped by your social environment. Because if you come from where teachers are, that's why you find a lot of people who come from families where teachers are, they end up being teachers. Because this is what they see. If you come from a family where people are engineers, most times that's what you end up being. So I think much as at times people, this social exposure comes from what you see around you. At some age you become objective about what is it you want to be, and you even go out to create this social group that you want to emulate. Because if in your environment where you are, there are only drunkards, there are people, a bit of thieves, there are a bit of such people, are you going to be that one? Or you are going to expose yourself through forums like this so that you can be something different? So I think that's one key thing, that this environment, being in a place like this, shapes us to being that thing that we want to be, especially career-wise. I believe that most of you are now already in doing something post-high school. You're already in college, or you've graduated, and you are starting your career. And of course, most times your career, when you're in college already, you've settled on something. As much as they say that for some people, even after graduating, some people, when they get into the marketplace, they realize that they love something than what they learned in high school, and they get into doing other things. Like you find someone who's done, I've seen my friends who did Bachelor of Commerce, let's say accounting option or finance. Then when they get into the marketplace, they get into something like marketing. So that one still happens. I think it's always almost about finding your personality. But as you continue to create your career, I think the best thing always is to be at the marketplace, because when you are there, your passion always drives you to where you belong. Because at times some people go to do courses because they were told to do. But then after you do it and you get into the marketplace, you now start realizing what is it that you are passionate about, and you drive yourself into that way. So I believe that's how career shapes itself, but the most important thing is what is it that you are doing at the moment before you shape that one. So by and large, I did something on personal branding, and how I'm going to do this is I'm going to share something. Then after that, I'm going to allow us to have an interactive session so that at least you also get to ask questions. I also get to answer, I also get to ask questions so that we have a much more interactive session. I'm a youth, so I believe that most things that you are going through, I'm going through them. Actually, I was with one person here, we were in the same university. There's also another person who we met when we were still in the university. So I left the university not long ago. I'm still a young person. The challenges you're facing, I'm very familiar with them. I'm facing some of them, I've faced some of them. So I think I'll try to make this an interactive session as much as possible. Yeah, so I think I'll work on that. Yeah, so one thing that I was working on is on personal branding. Every one of us here, you are a brand. In as much as you see yourself as a person, all of us are a brand. A brand gives an identity to something. So to me that when someone sees you, you are an identity. Because a brand, if you look at Safaricom, Safaricom is a brand. When you think Safaricom, you think about the calls, you think about data, you think about their phones. You think about M-Pesa. Actually, M-Pesa even comes to your mind, the first thing. When you think about Kenya Airways, when you think about Easy Coach, these are brands because they position themselves in a manner that when you think this thing, you think about something. Because what is that thing that would make you, for example, if I know you, if I think about you, I can remember you for it. For example, I'm in a place and I want to hire for a position in finance. What is it that would make me recommend you and say that this person has to take this opportunity? That brand identity, because every time you think about Jumbo Jet, you think about efficient, cheap. What can that person think about you when they see you or when they think about you? Because most times brand identities, they get into our minds, and that's what we remember them for. So as we start this conversation, I want us to also ask ourselves, even just in your circle of friends, when they think about you, what do they think of you? A partyholic, a drunkard, mtu wa kuchoma? What do they think about you? So I think that's a very relatable level of talking about brand identity. Those people close to you, when they think about you, what do they think about you? So as you continue to think about brands, I'd like you to also challenge yourself that, what do you think you can do differently to enhance your brand? And I think even on that one, I'd also like to ask questions. As your brand, you've already thought about your brand, and you've already noticed what people around you would say. Just the 5 friends, let's say, take 3 of your friends and 2 of your family members, what they'd say about you. Now that you've already seen about that, what do you think you can do differently? And I think as I'll be asking people questions, as people will be lifting their hands, I'll also be at liberty to choose who I think can be able to answer my question, and I'll start with the lady at the corner. So as a brand, what do you think you can do differently to improve your brand? Yes, you can introduce yourself, then say what is it you think you can do. Thank you for that. As a brand, how is it that you package yourself so that people can understand who you are? Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Another thing about brand is about identifying what is it that you are good at, because you appreciate that you cannot be good at everything. A Cristiano Ronaldo cannot be a good computer scientist, and a Bill Gates cannot be a good footballer. So you appreciate that human beings are talented in different ways, and the most important thing is you being able to identify that core place where you can produce your maximum value, because you cannot be everything, but you can be something. So even as we continue to interact, we try to find out what is this place that you can give maximum value. And you can only know this place by working. Because there are people who do not, how can you identify this place when, for example, you've graduated? Nowadays you find people who graduate and they go home and you just want to sleep, to rest. You apply 2 jobs in a week. You say there are no jobs. Then you continue sleeping. How is it that you can find value? When how you can find yourself? When there are a lot of opportunities in this current world where you can go and volunteer your opportunities. So what we are talking about, you have to find yourself when you are already in the games. Yeah, so one thing that I wanted to talk about in branding is that one of the places we ignore so much. Nowadays, I see a lot. Recently, we were recruiting. And before we recruited the few candidates that we were left with, we went to their social media accounts. These are some places that we neglect so much. Because you say that, we see me. We are social media see me. So, social media, you are doing very funny stuff. Then you come to the interview and say very different things. You're in a world that is so much global now. There are a lot of information that you share, even the comments you make on people's comments, even the things that you post. When umeenda kwa social media and what you've posted does not conform to what you say you are. So in personal branding, one of the best places that it starts is the social media areas, because this is a place where you make a lot of interactions. Be it LinkedIn, as a professional person, I believe you want to look at some of the LinkedIn accounts and go and work on yours, so that you ensure that your LinkedIn can connect to people who believe in the same passion as you do. So that's something like Facebook, something like Twitter. There are a lot of connections that are made in these fields, but then you find that some people, they go into these fields and they fail to brand themselves as they want to be. You say that, iyo na mimi ni tofauti. All these things are one person. There's no me at work and me at home. There's only me. So there's no way you can say that you are kind at home, you are good at home, then you get to work, then you are another thing. There is no such thing. You are just one person everywhere. So how is it that you work on your social media pages? Me, when I was starting out as a young person, I made a lot of interactions, especially in Facebook, that have continued to help me even up to now. Because I'd go there, see what other people are doing, people who are doing what I thought I could do. And I'd talk to them, I'd DM them, I'd talk to them, I'd show up. And over time, they've really proved to be helpful. I believe that these interactions still make a lot of sense. What is it that you do in social media? Because hakuna vile you'll inbox someone who's serious about life, where pictures zako ni tu za party and all those things. They're not bad. Party is good. But there's that part of what is it that you should look like if you want to be taken serious in the society. I had an option of coming here with a short and a t-shirt like I woke up. But then I said that for you to take me seriously, I have to do it differently. When I go to my engagements, there's a way I go. There's no way you go to a meeting, even as a lady, you want to be taken seriously, and how you've dressed says that you've come for something different. So in as much as we want to talk all these other things and all these other good stuffs about freedom and all these things, there are those standard things, and they will never change. Because at times we want to talk about freedom, we want to talk so much about rights and forget our responsibilities, which is good. But then there's a way that the globe works, and you have to fit into the globe. There's no way the globe will narrow down to fit into you. So today, if you feel like you want to go to a workplace with a short and a funny vest, simply because you think that it's your right to dress like you want, it's good. But your workplace will not shift to you. You are the one who either fits into it, or most likely you get dispensed out. So another thing I wanted to talk about is about choose your ocean. In basic management, there's usually a book we read about that is called Blue Ocean Strategy. And in the Blue Ocean Strategy, you talk about an ocean. There are two kinds of oceans. So you find that ocean where there's a lot of sharks fighting. And when sharks are fighting, there's a lot of blood that is coming into this ocean, because there's a lot of competition, there's a lot of infighting, there's a lot of mistrust, there's a lot of all those bad things that are happening in this ocean. So the ocean, instead of being blue as it should be, it becomes a red ocean. So that's what we call red ocean. Then there's this other ocean where you are flying above the others. This is a shark that is peaceful, it's in its own place, it's fighting its own wars. and it's been able to differentiate itself from the competitors. It's been able to find itself in its own space. So how is it that you position yourself in a manner that your brand is positioned above the rest, so that you don't get into a place where there's a lot of infighting, there's a lot of competition. You become a brand above the rest. Because to achieve maximum value, you have to be in this blue space, blue ocean space, where you as a shark, it gives you an opportunity to work on your thing, not you fighting with others and there's a lot of blood in the ocean. So how is it that you set your brand above the rest? You realize that in school, when you graduate, you leave school, let's say 50 people. Then you realize that for the first few years, you talk a lot with each other. Where are you nowadays? You find one person has gone to the bank, another person went back home, another person maybe went to study there, or went for further studies abroad. Then it goes that way. But then after some time, you realize that some people keep rising and some people keep going downwards. So what is it that you do that sets you apart to rise above the others? Because there are people who, they just remain in this place where there are a lot of people, they're just always here, always there, but they're not doing something exclusive. Then there are people who go, let's say, starting their own business, and they struggle for the first few years, then they start rising into a level where everyone wishes that, I wish I was that guy. People start saying, that guy used to be a joker. How comes? So people start saying a lot of things, but already they've positioned themselves to a level where most people are not there. So that's one thing that I'd like to challenge of us. How is it that you position yourself above the rest, where over time you can be the top notch above the others? One of the things that I'd say about that is continuous improvement. There's usually this thing of how do you continually improve yourself? Let's say you finished school. You finished, let's say you graduated from college. Do you stop your learning there, or you have to look for avenues like this to improve yourself? Go to conferences. Do you look for books to read? Or once you've done your classwork, you're done with your studies? So how is it that you continually grow yourself to ensure that you remain competitive? Because some of the best people I've seen in the marketplace, in churches, in almost in government, these are people who always constantly yearn to improve themselves. That's what I've always challenged myself. I do try that always after I left school, at least always every year I'm doing something so that I improve myself. Because when you start improving, you stop improving, you start going down. There's usually what they call progression and retrogression. So the moment you stop progressing, you start retrogressing. There's no remaining there because there are a lot of changes that are happening in the marketplace. So if you can't catch up with them, to mean you are sinking. So what is it that you do to ensure that you constantly grow? In a world where we have a lot of content, be it online, there's a lot of content in different areas. Can you take your time and focus on something? If you're someone who did something, let's say with IT, there are a lot of places you can volunteer instead of being at home. Can I go and volunteer to this place? There are a lot of places where you can learn a specific skill. I want to learn about coding. I want to go to Moringa. I want to learn about programming, or I want to learn about networking. There are a lot of things that you can learn, but then it's you who chooses which way to go. So how is it that you set yourself above the others? That's a very important question that we should ask ourselves. Because if you stay there, most times you realize that you get outrun. For example, there's this company that is called Nokia. Nokia, when it started, it used to manufacture, let's say, military boots. It used to do a lot of things. Military boots, rubbers, it used to do a lot of that. Then it got somewhere and that place became a bit unsustainable for them, and they focused on one product. And this product used to be things to do with telecommunications, and they got into mobile phones. And Nokia was one of the first phones that most of us knew. And they did so well. But then because they stopped progressing somewhere, when the age of the smartphones came, Nokia did not go to making smartphones. They stuck to that good phone they had initially. But then the marketplace was already going smart. So a marketplace cannot wait for you, much as you are the market leader today. A marketplace cannot wait for you. So when people went to smartphones, companies like Samsung, like iPhone, a lot of these rose. But then Nokia, I don't know if anyone now still remembers about Nokia. They had to go down. So how is it that, even if you are top of your class the other day, how is it that you ensure that you keep honing yourself to grow, and also you keep studying the marketplace? If you realize, for example, those of us, I did marketing. I realized that for you to be any serious marketer in any place, you have to do this global certification, this CIM. It's a very tedious course, but I have pushed myself to go and do this so that I continually hone myself. So you have to look at where is the world going and what is it that I must do. For example, if you're in IT, there's what we call, like we deal in a product called Microsoft Navision Dynamics. So this is an integrated system that does all these things to do with HR, payroll, and all these things. If you're in IT and you want to do, you've chosen that I want to do this system, there are a lot of certifications that you have to do. So the fact that you've come out of college and you have a degree in computer science, unless you go into this thing and do these certifications, to mean that you are playing in this field is as good as null. So when you go into an interview, you have your computer science degree and there's someone who, let's say, has a diploma in ICT and they've done these courses, they become more proficient than you. So some of these companies that overtook Nokia, as Nokia was big, they were very small companies. But then they refused to shape, like in Siemens. They died. Literally, they died. I don't know if they still exist, but they refused to take the next shape, and most of them failed. So how is it that you position yourself to ensure that you continually grow yourself? That's where there's this thing that there's what we are talking about, continuous improvement. I was trying to take some of the examples. There's what we usually call Toyota. And Toyota usually has a philosophy where they say the Kaizen philosophy, continuous improvement. How is it that I continually improve on my products? That's why you usually see a Toyota Corolla, the other time, next time it's Axio. They keep changing. How is it that we produce a product that is minimally viable, we take it to the marketplace, then we see the customer reactions. You've gone to an interview. Ask, after the interview, ask, what is it that I've not done well that I can do well the next time? So that they tell you that much as you are interviewing well, you do not have proficiencies in A, B, C, D areas. Then you can go back, sit down and look into those areas. That's now continuous improvement. You go into that interview, they tell you that much as you are doing well, but we believe that how you've dressed for this interview is not right. Then you will see that, so maybe had I done this, I would have done better. So always seek to continually improve on yourself. That's why Toyota still remains one of the biggest auto companies in the world, because they've always worked on how is it that we continually grow. Theirs is continuous improvement. No matter how small you are, maybe you've just graduated with a small college certification. If you grow over time, Africa around 1980. But one of the things that Colgate did to the world is not to communicate that we want to make your teeth clean, but they said that will give you confidence. So rather than selling the product, they sold value. So the value that they gave was confidence. So each time, even any of you here this morning, if you used Colgate, you already feel confident that I can go and talk to someone and they'll feel good about me. I'm confident. So learn to sell value. Position yourself for value. So when you sell value, there's a way that it positions you, because as other products, when saying that we want to make your teeth clean, which most times those paste used for brushing don't necessarily do. If you have let's say a brown teeth, they don't necessarily do that. But what is it that you position that you want to sell to the marketplace? So above you being who you are, what is it that you want to package to share to the world that you stand for? Colgate shared that they stand for confidence. So that every time before, let's say on Sunday, before everyone goes to church, they go and brush their teeth with Colgate. When they go to church, they feel very fresh and confident to talk to anyone and to interact with anyone. Because this is the ideology that Colgate sold to the world and the world bought into it. So what ideology are you selling to the world? Because it's you who's going to decide that this is what I want to sell to the world. I say I'm Jimmy Brand, what I do is this, I'm a professional in this, and that's it that you sell to the world. Because if you just say, so what can you do? Mimi niko tu. You can be better. It's you who's going to sell to the world. Because if you say Mimi niko tu, it's also good where you go. And no one will want to work with you. Because kila mtu wako by the way. But then you have to choose to know what's your reason for existence. So when you hone yourself and position yourself and learn that which brand value do you want to communicate? which brand have you want to get the work? You say that you are an ICT specialist. So you realize that ICT is very large. There's networking, there's programming, there's cryptocurrency, there are a lot of things. But then unless you say that when you want something crypto, I'm that guy to go to, and you position yourself towards that thing, someone looks at your LinkedIn bio, someone looks at your kind of communications you make, that interest. You know, when you started to communicate an area, you now start shifting most of your interest to that world, to that side. Then it makes you stand up for something. So in brand positioning, we want to say that can we stand for something? If I say that I want to do something on, let's say, a CDO, and what I want to do is to do with the data empowerment, and it's on which area I want to do, we want to do donation of sanitary pads, and how is it going to help the society? So now, how do you ensure that you put your energies to this, so that any organization, when they want to do CSR, they want to dispose pads, they know that this is the person to go to. Because the moment you position yourself to that, you position your brand to that level where everyone now can relate to this person, it's very easy for other things to come to you. When an organization has a CSR activity they want to do, they'll comfortably come to you. So another thing that I wrote after that is that you have to train 3 things. So one of them is the 3H. One is head, the other one is hand, and the other one is heart. So on head, you have to do continuous learning. On head, you have to do continuous learning, the 3H. On hand, you have to do perfection of skills. And on heart, you have to do character. Because another thing that we lose so much on is character. On character, I'd like to ask that question also. Can you be relied upon? God tells me that you have to be that 9. What is it that I do? Much as I may have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 engagements. What is it that I do to ensure that I get here by 9? When you are told that we are having a meeting at 5 a.m., what is it that you do to ensure that you get there by 5 a.m.? Or you start giving the excuses of, oh, you know where I stay. So, how is it that you position yourself to know that you have that sense of character? When I tell you that I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it. When I tell you I'm not going to do it, I'm not going to do it. Can you stand for something? Because most times you want to be loved. And in wanting to be loved, you want to say yes to everything. And you want to do nothing. So can you have that sense of character where someone can know you for something? When you say I'm coming, even if my phone is off, my phone goes off accidentally. But you say, Jimmy amesema anakuja, atakuja. So even, no matter the situation, even the person who's expecting you to do that, he knows that no matter what happens, you'll be there. If it's, let's say, there's, like what we do, a lot of documentation tendering, they usually have timelines. So if there's a tender that needs to be delivered, and you're the one who is left, take out this tender, develop it, work on it, and deliver it, can your boss be sure that this tender will be delivered? Ama pande hapa anashinda tu, hii itawezekana kweli? So, sense of character. The young people must learn to work on character and stand for something, so that someone knows that this A, B, C, D, this one the way, this, you will know. Don't be someone who's just everywhere. You are in charge, you are in the bar, you are in school, you are. Don't be everywhere. Even if you're working on, let's say, these community-based organizations. I once worked with a couple of them. Actually, we were working with one with Apollo before I went to this other side of life. So, is it possible that you want to say that what is it that you do? Oh, we provide baths, we go to orphanages, we do everything. Can you? The world is too big to change the entire world. That's another reality you know as you continue to grow. The world is too big, you cannot change the entire world, but you can do something about the world. So you cannot say that you are in this CBO, you go to orphanages, you want to provide clean water, you want to ensure that girls can have safe and their menses can be out of, they can have safe menses. You want to ensure that you can empower the society for education. You cannot do everything. Just learn to stand for something. Go and take a space and say that I'll dig deeper, because it's not the way. It's always the depth. So don't spread your wings too much. Most times you hurt. Learn to take something. You can even go back as a strategy team and sit into maybe 10 things we are doing. And be honest to yourself and say that these 10 things we are doing, most of them are not working, and out of these we are going to choose 3. and you're going to measure on one. Out of that, you start positioning yourself for a real one. Because most times you're doing 10 things and you're doing nothing. So that someone does not even know what you do. If even some of your members, when they're asked, what is it that the organization do? They're like, we do a lot of things. No. It should be to a level where when you're walking up, even in the middle of the night, you know what you do. When you think of brands like ABSA, the kind of even vision and the kind of slogans they have, where even when someone is walking up at night, they always know what it stands for. So ensure that you get to a level where you can take something that even if you're a child, if he's a member of what you're doing, if they're walking at night, they know that this is it, that what my dad does. Not even that kumbali what wajui pale na tunafanya. Because you're always there, you're always there. You cannot be everything to the world, but you can be something. Another thing I want to talk about is information. Information. Always know what's happening. Because you always have the option of not knowing. But then you always know what's happening. Even, for example, if I was to ask you sir, what's the price of fuel as of now? The rate?
150.
Yeah, 116, 130 there. So always know, much as you have the right of not knowing, at times it's even good to go to the supermarket. Even just know the prices or know the price of sugar, know the price of salt. Like always know, there's that option of not knowing, but always know what's happening in the marketplace. So that you can always know how to position yourself. When governments are being conceived, you realize that, for example, Jubilee government came up with what they call the Big Four agenda. Can you get a document and know what are these Big Four agenda and what are they focusing on? Because in reality, as the government continues, that what majorly their focus will be. Because, for example, one of the things that the government focused on was on TVETs. So we were having this company and we used to sell management systems to universities. But then we realized that with the coming of Jubilee government, as contrasting to the Kibaki government that supported a lot the university sector, so there was a lot of money in the university sector. We realized that nowadays, very few universities are able to buy these management systems. But there was a lot of focus on TVETs. Much as TVETs are not big, I did not have a lot of money, but we have more than 237 TVETs in Kenya. But we used to have about 37 to maybe 60 at most universities in Kenya. So much as these universities, there were not many, but they could give you a big margin because you could sell a system to as much as 40 million. But then we realized that TVET can pay you 4 million, but then there are 237. So when we were doing our strategies, we said that because we realized that mass focus is not here, we have to go where the focus is, because we realized that there was a lot of capitation that was going into these TVETs, and they were now able to buy a lot of them. So now we focused to this field. But then you realize now you can even sell to 100 of them and still attain what you previously could attain with the other universities. So how is it that you know what is happening so that you fix yourselves there? So always try to have information. Know what is happening. If it's the Big Four agenda, what are their focus? How is it that our organization can fit into one? Because just as we said before, the government will not come to fit into your space. You are the one who have to know what's happening and to fit into that. No matter how you complain, it will not change. Because the universities complained, most of them are now at the verge of even collapse. Let's hope the next government will be able to help them. But you don't complain. How is it that you try to cut yourself down and fit into that next space? So always have information. When there's information going out, go and get that information and know how to fit into it. Because there's no day you will wake up and information will come and fit into you. So always know, if I was doing, let's say, this particular course, what is the future? If I was doing, let's say, this engineering courses, traditionally maybe people would draw with hands. Now people are now using softwares. Which softwares are these? And how is it that I can get access to this software? If I have a laptop, I find a senior practicing engineer to help me with one of these softwares so that I start learning and maybe pin myself to one of the institutions that can teach me this. Because if the industry is embracing softwares to do some of the things they were doing previously on hand, simply because you know hand, there's no way the industry will wait for you to do hand when they're already embracing the other thing. So always get information, especially on your field and in the country and globally, because again, you have to think globally. There is someone who told me, I was talking to someone, a recent graduate, and she was telling me that You know, Jimmy, mimi hata niko mzuri. Nimeona class yetu si mimi peke yangu ndo nimepata internship. At times we limit ourselves that much because we are competing with a small circle here. Simply because he does not have a job, he does not have a job, she does not have a job, and I have a job earning 10,000, I feel I'm doing good, and I relax. I think if you start thinking globally, and you realize that the founder of Facebook in his 20s, he was already doing something meaningful to the world. You realize that the founder of Microsoft in his 20s was already making sense to the world. Then you limit yourself to your 1, 2, 3, 4 friends. Because she was telling me that, imagine kwa class yetu yote, from when we graduated 6 months ago, mimi ndo nimepata internship. I think we can always do better. Think globally. As you think here, doing what you do, know that already maybe 30,000 people already think about that thing, and maybe more than 10,000 people are already doing it in China. So think globally. Do not limit yourself to thinking as you. Maybe you come from a family where you're the first one who's gone to school, and when you walk around as a man, all the girls are admiring you. That's good. But can you think beyond that? Because the world is a big space out there. The world is a big space out there, and then you are the one who's going to choose how to position yourself, because at times you get in this average circle. So you umeona tu wewe unafanya vizuri, you live in a slum somewhere, and everything is satisfying to you. You get a girl there, it's very good, you get married, you get kids, they go to the similar schools, which is still good, but can you think more? So that we remove ourselves from this average thinking, where you always think that where you are is okay, because you are competing globally. All these ideas that are coming, they are coming globally. All these things that are happening, they're happening globally. Most of the things now do global impact. When there is a corona in China, very soon it's going to be in Kenya, and it's going to be everywhere. And the impact it's doing in China is going to do globally. So actually, that's the future of the world. It's global. There's a lot of interaction, something that happens there. When Zoom saw something and they started this company, just because they started it in the Silicon Valley, but after a very short time, it's now something that's used globally. And it's a multi-trillion business now, multi-billion-dollar business now. So how is it that you position yourself, not just for you? They saw that this thing that they're having could even serve Africa, could serve Asia, could serve a lot of continents. So when you are thinking something, even if you're doing agriculture, do not think just you. How can I do a value addition? How can I position this thing to the world, not just to me? So always think globally. Then of course, I think I talked about volunteering. Always offer solutions to the world. Never sit back. When I was in school, at around second year, that was, I was in second year at around 2014. So, we used to be in school. You know, in school, people usually, what happens is sometimes you have one class. So when you have one class, you go to class, you wake up you'll sleep up to 10, then you wake up, maybe shower, drag to class, finish your class, go eat lunch, come sleep. There's a lot of fun that happens in that. Then maybe in the evening, go watch football, come and sleep. But then you realize that there's usually a lot of time in those younger days. So what I chose is I always chose to volunteer my extra time, because there used to be a lot of time. So I'd go to Facebook, see which event is happening somewhere, where. So I'd find these summits, I'd find these conferences, I'd find these meetups. So what I'd do is I'd ensure that every time I see one that I can pay for, or that's for free, actually most of them used to be for free, I'd ensure that I get to that place. For someone like me who was coming from the village, actually I'm one of those people who were brought to Nairobi by university. Wale watu walisoma tu kwa bahati nzuri, wakapitako mtihani. Tukaitwa kusoma university Nairobi. And I believe many of us are that way, where you just came to town by default. I think that's a default. So I'm one of those people. But then you get into this town and you know you have to compete at this level. How is it that you position yourself to compete at that level? So from that time, I ensure that all these events, I attended them. So when I was attending them, I used to see how is it that people dress. The person I want to be like, how is it that they dress? The person I want to be, how is it that people talk? How is it that people ask questions? Because it's very important to even know how to ask questions. Because at times you may ask a question that does not really make what a question should be. So how is it that you position yourself for that? So from that time, I started volunteering my time. We started an organization. We do a lot of visits to children's home and see how the destitutes also suffer. Because in a big way, it opens your mind to see that how lucky you are because there are most of us who are crybabies. You always think you're unlucky, oh, sinai, until you go into these homes of destitute and you see how some people are suffering. We went to the homes of the elderly, we went to the children's home, we went to these kids having cerebral palsy, and you see how some people suffer so much, yet it's not even out of their choice. So volunteering to expose myself to such levels enabled me to start being grateful, because one of the first places to start growing yourself is to start being grateful, because unless you become grateful, you always end up being crybaby, and crybabies, most of them never amount. So because you always say, oh, mimi sijatumiwa nini, wengine wametumiwa, mimi sina hii, wengine wako nayo. No, stop crying. Where you are, you can always amount. But unless we've spent a lot of time visiting these places and giving service, after that one, I started, and after finishing school, I started a business. It was called Solitech, and we started young with a partner, and business was good, because actually how we are starting this, we were starting it from a point of being broke. I finished school, this guy also finished school. Then, because I finished a bit earlier, he comes to stay with me. He's broke, I'm broke. We are struggling to do the basics in the house. Then, one day we wake up and I ask him, si kitu najuanga kufanya. Of course, it was basic IT, things like websites and all those things. Then he says yes. Then I develop a message. And because I'd already networked a lot and volunteered a lot, I was in a lot of very many groups. So this guy says, yes, I can do this. Then I develop a message. And of course, in marketing, we are taught about P's. And P's, we usually have price, place, promotion. At higher level, you even have other P's. So I took this price, place, promotion, and I saw that given that we are young, one of the best places we can play with is price. So because at that time, most of the websites, they'd be done at 50, 30,000. I said, can we do this thing at 15,000? At almost half the market rate. Then I shared it in most of these WhatsApp groups. And then just from the first week, from being broke, and because we were very ambitious, many people really called us. And people would invite us, have you done this before? Can you come and do this for us? And then of course there's that first person who had faith in us, and we did the first one. In the first week, I think, we did more than 5 websites, and we were rich. You know, it's very sweet when you're coming from a point where you don't have 200 shillings in your pocket, to a point where you can have 30,000 in your pocket in a week. So it was a very good thing for us to now, we are making money, and then we went on to register this business, and we are now able to even get to corporate level. So because I was volunteering, that's where this network started, because I didn't have many people who I would call to give me this business. But this networks that I made volunteering, it's what paid up for me. Even my job that I got after that, some of the engagements I've had, it's because of the volunteering that I had. Someone saw you and they know what you stand for. They tell you, Jimmy, can you come and help me here? So never sit back. If I had an option of being in school and wasting my time of going to one class and wasting the rest of the day, I would not have known these people. And to mean that if I did not know these people, I could not have the information to do what to do, so that we get this business started. So what I can say is that always ensure that you volunteer your time. Never waste your time. If there's something that where you can always offer your energy, go there. Even if it's on a Saturday, people are going for a community service. Go and be with them. Not waste your time sleeping at Unalala. You know, when we die finally, all of us are going to sleep seriously. And it's going to be by force. You will sleep by force. So, when you have time, ensure that you don't oversleep, because after all this life is done, which finally or soon will happen, we are going to sleep. So for you to enjoy that sleep, you have to ensure that you remain awake at this point. And also another thing about volunteerism is that there's usually this thing of primitive jealousy. Avoid primitive jealousy. When you find someone who's doing a right thing, always push them on, because you don't know what tomorrow may come to be. Most times you realize that today your friend is doing something, you push them on, tomorrow they'll hold your hands. So when you have an opportunity to hold someone's hand, always let it be a privilege to do that. You know, most times we get held up into this primitive jealousy where you say that if I help them, they will be more than me. Or you want to be the one shining. When you are guys and you go to a club, you want to be the one to always be worshipped to pay, because you can't empower someone so that the next time they can be the ones to pay. But that's primitive, because it's very good if today we go somewhere and I pay, the next time you pay, the next time he pays. You know, that's how the world should be. So do not find yourself in that space of being primitively jealous, where you think that you are the one who must stand out. No wonder how mediocre what you are doing is. Always ensure that if you have an opportunity to lift someone, lift them. If you have an opportunity to give a ball to someone to score, always be happy for them. Because in due time, maybe they're the ones who will give you the ball back that you may score. So let us always, as you volunteer, ensure that you always, if you have an opportunity and someone you know can fit better, they are better, don't go silent about it. Always lift each other. Like we started saying, iron sharpens iron. Always ensure that you be that hope to someone to find their purpose. Then another thing about brands that I wanted to say about is that people buy brands, people don't buy products. So the moment you go for an interview, people will buy you for what you stand for, not because of who they think they can see. Because when you look at, for example, even if it's motor vehicle, most times people do not buy a particular car, but they buy that brand communication, the value that they have. When people want security, most people used to buy Volvo because Volvo had a communication and they ensure that their car, even when you have a kid in it, you can have an accident and the kid will be very safe. So what Volvo sold to the world was not a car. Volvo sold safety. When you look at Toyota, they usually sell cheap, economical, and so most people who want an economical car, most times you go Toyota. Unasema hii enda hii fuel consumption is low, parts easily accessible, so all that thing, they sell economy. So find that when you want luxury, there's a kind of vehicle that people go for, and you can associate that this car, who has it. So how is it that you position yourself when someone thinks of a value position, they can be able to put you there. So ensure that you place yourself to a level where you don't sell the person that's standing, but a value that is coming out of you. So when you have value, that's what the world buys. Toyota, you go for economy. When you go Volvo, you go for safety. So always go for something. Brian, I don't know how I'm going on time. How much? So I think I want to finish in the next 2 minutes so that I allow time for questions. And then there's something I wrote about. Yesterday's seed is what you are harvesting today. Yesterday's seed is what you are harvesting today, and today's seed you will harvest tomorrow. So you have an option. All that you are today is because of decisions you made, maybe consciously or unconsciously yesterday. And these decisions, again, the decisions you are making today will shape how your tomorrow becomes. You know, from where you are here, you can already determine what kind of family you want to have, what kind of car you want to drive, what kind of place you want to work in, what kind of fulfillment you want to have, what kind of legacy you want to leave to the world. So that decision, you make it here. Because the life that you are living today is just a consequence of decisions that you made yesterday. So always know that the decisions that you make determine where you will be today and tomorrow. So as you always do your things, create time to make decisions that you want to live by in 5 years, in 10 years, in 20 years, and at the hour of your death. So how is it that you position yourself to ensure that the decisions that you make are things that you will be happy about 5 years after today? Because most times we think that things happen by accident, but most times they're just the consequences of what we have decided about previously. So always think about it. What decisions am I making to shape my future tomorrow? If you want to work for a world-class company, what do people who work for world-class companies do? If you don't do them, you won't be there. That's the reality. If I want to start a company, what is it that people who want to start such companies do to be there? If you don't do that, it won't happen for you, because most things have procedures and they have how they work. And if you follow them, most likely you'll be there. Then I wanted to finish by saying that those who are not willing to create a future must endure a future that is given to them. So just based on that, if you don't create your future, there's a future that you'll have, and you'll have to endure it. So I think my presentation will end there. And now I'll maybe welcome questions before I finish. Yes.
Now, when people are young, sometimes you don't really identify what you're good at unless you've tried several things. Now, how do you now like create a position, the way you say like create a position for yourself? So how do you like come up with that decision and say when you're young before having that kind of exposure to what exactly you're good at? So how do you like start positioning yourself at that time?
I think one of the best ways to position yourself is to volunteer your free time. Even as you continue doing the thing that you do, let's say some of you here are from some organizations, but you're also studying. But as you volunteered your time, you're already making networks. These networks are helping you think the kind of life you think you should have. These organizations, they're already trying to shape you where you think you can play. So volunteering, as you continue to do what you must do, I think is very important to shape you towards that thing, especially when you are still young. Yes.
My name is Isaac, and I wanted just to ask that sometimes you do a different maybe course. For example, you do like IT, and coming to the ground where maybe you're based, that you find yourself doing another different thing. Maybe you find yourself in community development work, and you're like, you become passionate in it. What can you do about the profession that you get?
Thank you for that. I think, as I say, I think because I want to make them be my personal opinions, they're not binding. So from that perspective, I think when you're passionate about something, they always find themselves together. I was reading about someone called Sam Gishuru. Sam is the founder of NILAB. NILAB has incubated a lot of young companies, startups here in Gong Road. I was once there. So what he was saying is that he found himself being passionate about education, just like we are passionate about community service. But because he was someone who was coming from a tech world, he decided, how is it that I can use my experience in tech to make education better? So always, even when you find yourself there, this experience that you already having, always it comes in handy, because it is now started a digital school, and they're already enrolling a lot of people, and it's now global. To mean that much as schools happen, the other school is just here, but now this one is now global. So to mean first, he's created more value. This school is global. Then another thing is that this school now, he's used his experience as a techie to be part of this passion in education. He found himself being passionate about education, but because he has this knowledge, he's used it to now make this thing even better. So I believe that even if I'm an accountant and I find myself, let's say, in a community-based organization, most times you find that some of these organizations, things are not being accounted for correctly, if there's such a word. So when you come in as an accountant with your passion and experience, you just find yourself fine-tuning things here and even positioning it better to the world. So I believe there's a way they just always connect. It never goes away if it's a right skill. And then, of course, I also wanted to talk about soft skills. That one is something that I should have talked about. Soft skills is about how is it that you interact with people. You must practice about that because it's very essential. So how is it that you communicate? You get to someone, you want to do an elevator pitch. I know he has a company and I want to intern with them. And I meet him in a crowd. How is it that I can be able to talk to him in just a minute to enable him have my attention and possibly give me that thing? So always train on those soft skills. How is it that you communicate? How is it that you talk? How is it that you do your things to ensure that you can effectively interact with people? There's a lot of that, of such things, especially when you read about them, and you can always practice. In my younger days, and maybe in my bigger days, I'll also do that. You go to the mirror and you practice. Hello, sir, how do you do? This is what I do. I'd like to do this. This is how we help the world. Then out of that, you are able to interact with people. You have to practice a lot about such things. If today I was to meet the president, I'd ensure that I go to a mirror and rehearse my speech so that I ensure that 2 minutes I'll have, it can make a difference. So always ensure that you work on your soft skills so that you make an impact. Don't just go there. Even as a man, when you are still windering women, you have to know that thing that you do, that when you have a moment with them, they can be willing to come for another meeting with you. Don't just go saying, you are being asked what is it you do, hata wewe mwenyewe hujielewi. So always find a way around the soft skills and ensure that you can position yourself to the world. Yes, thank you.
You triggered something in me. Usually nasema, I should be having something, not doing everything. Okay, I'm this one person mwenye napenda kufanya karibu kila kitu. Yani nataka kujinvolve kwa kila kitu yenye nafanyika wrong. Am I being me or am I confused?
No, you are not confused. Even me, when I used to be at some point, I used to be everywhere. You know, when those of you who read the Bible, there's somewhere where there are these men who used to go to the lake every day and they would go fishing. But then they had a perfection in this. And then one day there's a man who comes to them and tells them that now from today on I will make you fishers of men. So even as you do the thing you do, there's a day that an energy will pull you to that thing you should be. At times it must not come from yourself. At times it comes from other sources that you cannot explain. But you must continue doing. Yeah, it's fine, just do everything. But there's a day that something will come or someone will come and it will pull you to a greater purpose. Because these men used to go fishing in the lakes and the rivers. But then someday a man comes and tells them that from today on, he kazi inaisha, and we're now going to do this. We're now going to fish men. So it's okay to be a fisherman. Yeah, just do all that. But there's a day maybe someone will tell you now from today, we are going to this. Or maybe just some internal things will push you to something. So it's okay. If you have energy and time, it's okay. Instead of drawing back, always ensure that you maximize your energy. Because that day will come when you'll be told that now you have to be not a fisher of fish, but a fisher of men. So it's okay. Yes?
I've been stuck in a quagmire and diamond, whereby you go to seek for a job opportunity, you are being told to be yourself. And what you are going to say is going to be used against you. Understand? For example, let's say you are coming from informal settlement. For example, let's say you are living in Dandara or Magari or Kayole, and you go to a job interview, not the full qualifications, you have been a youth, you have been practicing everything that your life entails, and you want to capture those memories. Then you post them. As you have said, the social media is going to be used against you. Understand? Because our society is programmed to judge. How can we help these people? Because we have left in a way that you're being told, be yourself, you're being yourself, exposing your everything, and that moment that you're being yourself, you're exposing everything, you're being told you have gone overboard of being yourself, so now you have to pretend. If you are coming from Kayole, you say that I'm coming from Buruburu, out of Bagisau, and that is the start of your, because you know if you say you are coming from Kayole or Magari or Dandora, you won't get a job. And that's where life starts.
I think I'd like to look at it in two dimensions. First of it is about building your personal confidence. When you're confident, you're not scared about where you come from. I just say that since I came from the village. I'm not scared to say that I came from the village because I've tried to build my confidence to say that it's not my problem coming from the village. So when you look at it from that perspective, it's about just working on your self-confidence. I came from the village and I'm not sorry. Yeah, so we either work this way or not. So first is self-confidence. And then on the other side is about the world does not want the you. The world wants an ideal you. What happened if the great man we were talking about, there's a day that this woman goes to his legs and anapaka mafuta and he cries on his leg. What if we went above that? We won't be having Christianity today, is it? Because if he had let's say an intercourse with that woman, I think it's very romantic kupakwa mafuta mguu. What if we did something more? We won't be having Christianity and Jesus today. What if today President Uhuru Kenyatta goes and parties and throws himself out and is found lying on the yard na anapiga picha at uni president wa Kenya. You know such impact that it makes. So as much as I'm coming from the slum, there are those things I don't want to expose to the world, and there are those things I want to do moderately. Much as I come from a place where my friends are smoking weed, I don't want to have my picture online with my friends smoking weed. That's not the kind of information I want to portray outside. Much as maybe pali nimetoka sijakula, I don't want to come here looking hungry. Even in the Bible it says that when you are fasting, paka mafuta uso. I think that's a very good guiding book. You know, you don't have to look up like it by all means. Hata kama una fast, paka mafuta uso, kaa vizuri, yoga. So even if I'm coming here na sijakula, I don't have to come looking like sijakula. And I think sijakula, who's serving food? So much as the world wants you, there's that side of yourself that you also don't want to expose to the world. So learn to know what is acceptable. There are codes of conduct. Even someone can make me hungry, I kill them, then there is the repercussion. Even in the Bible they say, then after all this, we will all be put to account for our days on earth. Yeah, so that being put to account is always there. Even in families, even everywhere, you're always put to account for what you did. So there's that part where you'll be put to account for it. I hope it helps.
Thank you so much, Jimmy Brian. Tumpigie makofi tena. I think on the side, my highlight was information is key. Huwezi tuenda venye wanasema una post vitu kwa social media which will later on come and affect your professional career. So guys, let's be careful what we post on our social media. Zisikuje kutu affect. Now we are going on very well. And our next speaker, when I was in high school in Kajiado County, our principal, I was in a sister school. There's one thing that I have never forgotten, and that's being a woman of substance. So our next speaker, I believe she's a woman of substance, and she's a HR professional with over 15 years of experience, mostly working in the financial industry. So you can tell she's good with numbers. And she's currently a senior HR business advisor. So being an advisor, sio mchezo, right? And then she has previously worked as a HR manager in Equity Bank and Synergy Limited. She's an accredited mediator. Nani anajua mediator ni nini?
Patanisho.
You can say patanisho. When two parties are wanagongana, there's a kofiana that comes and goes between. Anawafanya nini? Anawashikanisha. So, and she's also a certified, hiyo mshike vizuri, professional career coach. So if you need anything with career, you can go to her. She holds a master's degree in HR from the University of Nairobi, a higher diploma in the same field from the Institute of Human Resource Management, and she also holds a bachelor's in communication, majoring in public relations from Daystar University. Guys, let's welcome our next speaker. Welcome.
Thank you. Is it Catherine? Yes. Thank you very much, Catherine. And good morning, all of you. Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to be here this morning and to find such a huge group. It's nice always to speak to young people because it gives us motivation to move on. Somebody asked what drives you. I think one thing that drives me is speaking to just listen to your questions and to just understand where you're at and where you want to go. It's really a pleasure. So I was asked to speak about CV writing and how to prepare for a job. And I'll do my best to see whether I'll meet your expectation. Just give me a minute. So ours is just a career talk, just to discuss about career. Where do we want to go? Where are we? And all that. So I think I'll just start by telling you that success does not come to you. You must go to it. And Brian has said that you must look for it. It doesn't just come. It's hard work, actually. And because it's hard work, look for it and don't get tired of looking for it. Even when you feel tired and sometimes you wake up and feel you don't want to go to work or you don't want to go to where you're volunteering, jipe psych. Because unless you psych yourself, nobody will motivate you. Where I work, people keep saying we are not motivated. And we ask them, who do you expect to come and motivate you? And it's not being rude, because you wake up in the morning to go to work, or to go to school, or to go to campus. Why do you wake up? Because you want to achieve whatever you are set to do. So just motivate yourself. Convince yourself that it is good for me to wake up. And when I was thinking through what I will speak to you about, I thought about a few questions that I would want to just ask you. You can note them down, and then you think about them later. I thought about, what is your expectation today? Even as you came here yesterday, and you'll be here today and tomorrow, what is your expectation? What do you aim to achieve? By the end of all these discussions that will happen here, very good discussions, people sitting for hours to prepare for you, what is it you want to achieve? Then ask yourself, what are your interests and what are your values as an individual? What is your personality, preference, and what is your strength? I know there are many questions in one. And what are the 3 careers that you feel interest you? Because you must think of more than one, not just one career. If for those who are working and you're happy where you're working, then that's okay. But if you're not happy where you're working, what is the other next thing you can do that you'll be happy about? Because some of us tunajipatanga tu. Uko campus, I was talking to my nephew this morning because he's been invited to do a course in, I think, surveying. So he has gone the first week and he doesn't like it. So he says, I want to sit at home and think for 3 months. Yeah, this is a reality this morning, actually. And so I have a date with him later so that we can go and think through it. And he can tell me what exactly he'll be doing for 3 months at home and what he'll be thinking for 3 months. Not in a bad way, but I just want to understand what is it. So what are the 3 careers that you think you'd like to achieve or to do? Then out of those 3, which one is your best? And how much time and energy are you willing to invest to make a career or a career decision if you have not made one already? Then the other question you need to ask yourself, and please stop me if I'm too fast, sometimes I'm accused of being very fast, so please stop me. Who is part of my support system? And when I mean support system, is your parent, your uncle, your auntie, your grandmother, your friends. Those are your support system. For those of us who have children, sometimes you wake up in the morning and your house girl leaves. And so you fall back to your support system. You call your sister, you say, please come and stay with my child, or your cousin, or your friend, or you take them to where they are. So that is your support system. So who is your support system? Who is that person in your support system who will help you evaluate your pros and cons? The things that you do well, the things that you don't do well, and why? Because like now, I'll go and evaluate with my nephew the pros and cons of the decision he wants to make of staying at home for 3 months. So who is that person in your support system who can help you with that? Then also ask yourself, how do you strengthen yourself, your readiness for success? And the way you strengthen yourself is by reading. And Brian has told you, read anything, so that you have broad knowledge of things. And as you get that broad knowledge, then it helps you also to make the right decisions. So don't get tired of reading. Instead of spending amounts of hours on social media, and it's not bad, I also go to social media, but just time and plan for that time. Say today I'm going to be in social media for half an hour, for 1 hour, for 3 hours. But if you look for those phones that can even tell you how much time you've spent on social media, you'll find there's people who do it 5 hours, 6 hours. Imagine if you spend that time investing in something useful that will help you with your career growth. And then maybe just check your phone for 30 minutes, 15 minutes. Because most of that stuff there is moshene, as we say it in Nairobi. It's moshene that we look for. Who did what are they doing, you know? And people are making money as you look at them, and you spend time, you spend your bundles, the person is making money. What can you do to make money instead of helping somebody else get rich? Think of that. And is there anything preventing you from that goal that you want to achieve? Once you have identified that goal, what is it that is preventing you from achieving that goal? And what would it mean if you didn't have that barrier? What would it mean for you? And sometimes the barriers that we have are barriers that we create for ourselves. You may think there is a barrier, and I had somebody ask a question, and he said, because you have come from Dandora, you won't get the job. I'll tell you, as somebody who sits in interviews, that we don't even care where you come from. Actually, it is not even a question that you'll be asked by any employer. Because nobody cares where you stay, nobody cares what you do outside office. We only care about what you post on your social media. And I will tell you for free that when you apply for a job, we will look at your social media. And we want to see what kind of person you are. And so, as he was talking about personal branding, take it seriously. Think of yourself as a brand that will sell. When you think of a soda, you think of Coke. You think of Fanta, Sprite. There are many other sodas in the market. But why do we always say, nipatie Coke ile ya? You know, even ya Fanta. You can even go and ask for, like, people who buy soap, Omo. It's been a brand for so long, we grew up knowing Omo, that even when you're buying Ariel or any other, you think of Omo. So why don't you want to be that brand that people think of you that way? So be careful what you post in your social media. Be very careful what you post, because it can cost you a job. The other day we saw in the newspaper, in the news, of some lady who got a job at Kenya Wildlife. Yes, KWS. And what stopped her from that job? Because of something she had made a comment in the social media. Be careful what you post there. It's not in a bad way. It's not that we don't want you to socialize, but social media does not forget. It will follow you. So why choose a career? If you think about a career, it's because you're unique. You're unique in your own way. And the career I choose is not the same career he will do, or she will do, or he will do. We may be in the same career, but different strengths. In HR, we have people who are strong in employee relations, others who are strong in resourcing, others who are strong in partnering, others who are strong in advisory. So people are different. We are all in the same department, but have different strengths. So when you choose a career, remember that you spend more than 40 years working. If you think about your life today, you probably are 20s, between 20s and 35 maybe, the way I look at you here. Imagine how many years you will spend working. If it's 40 years and above, because sometimes if you're employed at 20, retirement age officially is 60, so we say 20, 40 years. But even after 60, people still continue working. You don't stop working. Sometimes you will go to your farm, take care of your animals or whatever you do. So you spend 40 hours, 40 years working. If you multiply those 40 years by 8 hours a day, if you work for 11 months, assuming 1 month you'll go and leave. And so you work for 11 months, 8 hours a day. How many hours are those? It's a total of 387, 200 hours. So what you do with those hours matters. So ask yourself, how will you spend 387, 200 hours of your life? 300,000, 87, 200 hours. And that is if you work for 40 years and 11 months, 8 hours a day. How are you going to spend that time? It's a lot of time. So do you want to spend it and waste it? Do you want to spend it and add value to what you're doing? And he talked about when people leave school, people go into different directions. So there are people you are in school with today, they are already taken drugs, they don't even know themselves. But you've chosen a different path, and that's why you're here. So because you've chosen that different path, make good use of that path that you have chosen. So the journey of career decision starts with you discovering yourself. And discovering yourself is the things that he was talking about, tied to the things that I will talk about and things that other people will talk about and have talked about. So once you discover yourself, then you explore the options that you have. So you have an option of going to school, you have an option of going to campus, you have an option of going to a TVET, you have an option of probably starting work immediately because your parent cannot afford to pay school fees for you. So all those are options, but what you do with all those options is what matters. Then you make a decision. Once you have identified the options that you have, you make a decision, then you take action on that decision. And after you've taken a decision, you evaluate that decision. And how do you evaluate that decision? Is by ensuring you bounce it off to that support system that I talked about. Bounce it off to your mentor, bounce it off to your coach, bounce it off to your friend, and ask, what do you think about this, your parent? Sometimes, because I have youth in my house, they think you know nothing. But they come and bounce it off and say, oh, okay, I had not thought about it that way. Because whether you like it or not, that older person has a little more experience than you do. You may think they don't know much because you just finished campus, and I know the steam that we finished campus with, we know everything at that point. But there's always somebody who has an idea or a better advice on what you can do. So always bounce it off that person. So what is a CV? When we look at a CV, it's a document that you write that contains information about you. And so how you present that information is very important. So it's your marketing material. It sells you. It is that Coke that you want to buy. It's that iPhone that you want. That is it. That CV is that iPhone. When you go and say, I want that iPhone, when you send your CV, it's because you want us to say, I want to buy Brian. And I'm using Brian because he's the only one I know in the room. So, it is that document that will sell you. Remember when we advertise for jobs, sometimes we get about 800 applications for one job. So what will make your application stand out? Why would I read it? Because I have 800 applications, so we skim through them. So what will make yours attractive? For that person who's looking at it to say, I'll pick this one and not this one. So you need to think about it and think about the fact that it is the gateway to where you're going to be. Plus also your network, your networking skills. And other things that you post, people who do articles, people who do a lot of stuff, they use the media well. So who reads your CV? It's read by either your hiring manager, or it's read by maybe an agent who has been hired to recruit you. We call them recruiters. Or it's read by maybe your fellow colleagues who go into somebody you are in school with, and they see your application and they say, I know this person, and they read it, and so they go and present it to the hiring person and say, this one, I can stand for them. I can be their reference. So you need to think about your CV very deeply as you do it. And the big mistake we make is that we fail to research. So you must know what your skills are, what your knowledge is, and what your potential employer is looking for. Also browse through and read through the job that you are applying for. It's called a job description or a job profile. Read through it so that the application I made yesterday for this job is not the same one I'll make tomorrow for the other job. You have to tweak it all the time. So you can't afford to be lazy. It's a full-time job actually. Looking for a job is a full-time job. You wake up in the morning, you sit down, go to your phone or your computer, check the jobs on offer, and apply. It's a full-time job. You spare every morning maybe 2-3 hours if you're not working elsewhere. So look through that job, read through it, find out what they want. Then check through your CV, the one you have prepared, and see, have I put these things that this person here is asking for? And I'll tell you, men apply for jobs when they're, I think, even 40% ready. They will see a job of an MD. The guy has never done an MD job. He will apply. Why? Because they have confidence. But ladies wait to be 100%. And this is a fact. Ladies wait to be 100% to apply. So when I see an advert and I see that they are looking for something that I don't have, I say, this one I can't apply because I don't have this skill. The guy who you are in class with, you are performing better than him. He scored lower than you. You had a first class. He probably had a second class upper. He applies for the job. And he comes there when at his church. Come in and say, this, I have done this, I have done this, and they get the job. Then you start complaining and saying, so-and-so, John, we were in class together. He never used to have it. How can he be my boss? But you didn't try. So always show up. If you see a job, show up, try. I mean, there's nothing wrong. The worst you can be told is no. It's a regret. I can tell you when I was looking for a job after campus, I had a file. I used to put the applications. Those days we used to apply manually. And you take your application. So I would take and then maybe take a photocopy or use a carbon paper, because even taking a photocopy means money, which you don't have. So you put 2 papers and then you write and you spare one. Because you'll be called and you don't know which job you applied for. Why? Because your file is full of applications. You can apply even for 200, even 300. So don't get tired. Keep trying, keep trying. One day it will work out. So when you're structuring, determine the document and ask yourself, if I was the one reading this CV, would I enjoy reading it? Then ensure it looks professional. Ensure you keep it simple and easy to read. Don't write very long sentences because people don't have time to read those sentences. Then the color that you use, don't give us a CV that is written in red and it has pink somewhere and you bought all the colors and nice beautiful pens that are there in the market and you've colored your CV. Use basic black and white. Color that can be seen, good, readable, fonts, not fancy fonts, because when you're looking for a job, unless you are an artist and they're looking for whether you know how to use those fonts, don't use them. Then draw attention to the most valuable skills that you have and also include all that in your LinkedIn page. By now you should have opened a LinkedIn page with the little experience you have, put it there and sell it in that LinkedIn page. And it's also important in your LinkedIn page to customize your LinkedIn page so that then your address doesn't read a different address but yours. So when writing a winning CV, you start with the name and contact. So you write your name, and it should sit somewhere on top of your CV where somebody is able to see it at first glance. Then add your professional title if you have one. If you don't, then you can leave it out. And ensure that your email also is there. And don't use nicknames. This is a serious thing. So you may have your other email that you use that has nicknames. It's fine for your social usage. But when it comes to your professional email, put your names. Don't use nicknames. Then you don't have to include your address, PO box, because nobody uses those things nowadays. But you can have it there if you must. You don't need to write your date of birth or your marital status in your CV. It's not a must, but you can put it if you wish. For some of us who have lengthy CVs, we try and leave out some of those things because then they eat up space that is not necessary. But if you don't have a lengthy one and you're just building your CV, you can add them, at least they'll fill the page, you know? But then in a neat way. Then make sure you do a brief statement about yourself, introductory statement about yourself, that summarizes your abilities and the aim. And the aim is for you to grab the recruiter's attention. So make that personalized. We call it a personal statement that gives who you are in a nutshell. So that if I just read it like this, then I know this is the person I want. Because this person has put the ability there, they put the knowledge, and what probably they've achieved so far. So I may not go deep into reading everything you have put, but that personal statement will give me interest to continue reading your CV. Then you do a nice overview of the industry, the type of companies you've worked for. That means putting, if you've worked for one company, you've volunteered, put that in your CV. Say what you gained from that service that you offered. Package it well so that then and also avoid cliches. Don't assume that people know what you mean. If you speak Sheng, please don't put Sheng there because people won't understand. And even if they do, they will not, because it's not our responsibility to try and find out what you're trying to say. So use proper language. Those of us who live in Nairobi understand a lot of Sheng, so people write in Sheng. And they even come to the interview and start speaking Sheng, and we tell them we don't understand what you're saying. Not because I don't understand, but I'm trying to push you to use the professional language that is required. So always practice professional language. Then you put your core skills, a bullet that lists just a snapshot of your most valuable attributes, heavily tailored by the target role that you're looking at. And I said, when you're doing a CV for a particular role, always put the job description there and then you look at your CV so that you compare. Because nowadays we are using automation. Automation is good, it has come to help us. We use it to sieve the CVs. So we look for the keywords that we had put in the job description. And that's why I'm saying it's important for you to look at the job description and then you tailor your CV to that job description. Because if I'm using a machine, because you can imagine 800 applications. Who has the time to read 800 applications? So we use the system to sieve for us. And what will the system sieve? It will sieve the keywords that were used in the job description. And that is how people now are weeded out. So you find that out of 800, we are left with 200 who had the keywords that we were looking for in their CV. So that is very important. Then the other thing, if you have work experience again, showcase that work experience. Just say in a very good order, starting with where you're working now to the last place where you worked. So where you're working now is the most important because those are the skills that you build over time. Then after that, you can go to the next job that you did. Like now, if I was to do mine, I would write where I'm working currently. Then I write I worked in equity. Then I write I worked here. But if the jobs are repeated and the skills are repeated, I don't need to repeat. You can only put it once so that then you stop lengthening. At most, your CV should be 2 pages. There are some that go up to 10. We have seen some people interviewing with the government who have up to 30 pages of a CV. It's good, but who has time to read 30 pages of your CV? It's good to ask yourself that question and put yourself in the position of the recruiter to see whether. The other day we advertised for some jobs and we got 1,000, I think, and I think it was 1,233 applications. And we needed 200 people. So if you have 1,233 applications and the recruiters are 3 people in that department, how much time will they spend to read all those applications? That's why I'm saying stick to the keywords that are required. Also add your achievements, your projects that you have done. And if you have done a project, what was the value? Don't just say that I attended Gric seminar. So you attended, so what? Everybody else attended. So you will say, I attended, I participated. That is the word that is used mostly. I participated in the Gric conference. Another person will come and say, I participated and gained. This is how this training added value to me. And they list down the value that was added by being here for those 3 days. So when I look at those two applications, I will see this one participated, yes, but did they gain anything? They have not said. But this other one participated, and this is the value that they got out of that participation. So I'm likely to pick the one that gave us the value that they received more than this other one who just participated, because they could have been there asleep or working on their phone and forgot to listen to what was supposed to happen. I know I sound a bit rude. I've not been rude. I'm just being real, because that is what it is. So then head each role, give the dates that you worked there and the period that you worked, the employer's name, and your title when you are there. And then outline and explain where you sit within the organization and your overall goal, where you sit in the organization. So then you will talk about your education and your qualifications in terms of starting with selling your degree that you have achieved. If you have done other courses, then talk about them, add them there, and also list any voluntary work that you have done. Very important, because then people start to see your desire to give and to share what you have. Then hobbies are optional, really. And why I say they are optional, unless you are a runner, you go for a marathon and you have won a medal, then that is very valuable. It's your hobby, but it's very valuable. Because then, in most organizations, you'll find they want people who are sporty to represent them in sports. So if you play rugby, or netball, or volleyball, or swim, or you run, it's also important to put it there so that then they see that this person, even if they join our organization, they can join the basketball team. There are those who play up to national level. That is not something you want to leave out, because it will help you, it will add value to your CV. Then in terms of references, unless you've been asked to provide, you can just write a statement there and say, will be availed as requested. But if the job profile says provide references, ensure that you provide. Because again, there are referees who don't want to be sold everywhere. They don't want their name and address and telephone number everywhere. So just find out, do they require you to list the referees? If they don't, you don't have to, but have them somewhere, standby, in case you are asked who your referees are. Then if you have no experience again, and you're doing a CV again, it's just to bring out those things that you have done. Your achievements could be maybe you were a head boy when you were in high school, maybe in campus, you were chair of whatever club that you are chair. Bring out those things, because then they bring out the fact that you are a leader and you have been given those roles as leadership. So don't feel that you don't have anything to write in your CV. There's a lot you can write. If you sit down and just note down the things that you did in high school, the things that you did in campus, you realize that you have a lot of value that you can add. Then if you have editing skills, for example, and most of you now are very good in IT, write those things, because they will help you. If you do maybe social media management as your side hustle, put it there, because they may pick you because they want somebody who can manage for them their social media page. So it's good to write those things. And as I said, unique hobbies that you may have. Then after that, you'll be required to do a cover letter. So you've done your CV, you put your qualifications, you put your experience, you put your volunteer work, you put your achievements, and now you're required to do a cover letter. And on your cover letter, then you are required to introduce yourself. That is why the cover letter is important. And sometimes there are some recruiters who just read your cover letter and leave out the other things. So in your cover letter, mention the job you're applying for, and also show that you have the skills, you have the experience that is required. And then you do a body, and the body should be like 2 paragraphs, where you're detailing your education, your skills, your work experience, and why you are a good fit for that job. Because even sometimes when you attend interviews, you'll be asked, why should we hire you? And you're wondering, you guys invited me here, why are you asking me why you should hire me? But what they're trying to find out is, have you really gone through the job? Do you really understand it? And why are you a good fit? Why you and not the next person who's outside waiting to be interviewed? That is what the recruiter is trying to find out. So detail that on your body of the paragraph of your cover letter, and then you do a good conclusion that also shows that you have an interest in meeting the person who is hiring. So you can say, I look forward to meeting with you, or I look forward to face-to-face meeting with you. And in case you're invited for that interview and you attend the interview, of course, nowadays things are easier because we'll send you an email inviting you for the interview, we'll give you the time you're supposed to attend. Once you've done the interview and you have finished, send a thank you note. Many people don't do it, but just send us a thank you note and say thank you for the invitation. I came for the interview on this day, and I just want to thank you for the opportunity to interview with you. That's it. You're not lobbying, you're just appreciating, and you talked about gratitude. You're just showing gratitude for that opportunity to interview. Very important. Yes. Okay. The body you require to just give at least 2 paragraphs, or even 1, depending on how much detail you have, where you detail your education, your skills, and your work experience. And then finally, why you're a good fit for that job or that position. Okay? That's okay? Anybody else that I've lost? Okay. So now you've applied, you've done your cover letter, you have forwarded, and you've been invited for the interview. You've been told you need to attend this interview on this day. So what you do to prepare for the interview is you take your time to thoughtfully consider the role that you have applied. And how do you do that? Go to their social media. Now that is when you go to the website, check the company, check what they do, check whether they have won any accolades. Are there any awards that they have won? How long have they been in existence? If it is something to do with your job, is there anything that appears there in your job? So that when you go in for the interview and you're asked, what do you know about Gric? Then you can be able to highlight and say, this is what they do, because you have read through it, you have prepared yourself. So you tell them, this is what you do. In fact, I noticed in the year 2021, you won this award. And so somebody will see that you have taken time to prepare for that interview. So take time, research about the role, research about the company, research about their products and service, and also any awards that they have won. And any expansion plan that they may have, they may be expanding to other outlets. So you just talk about it and say, I also noticed that you're expanding to other outlets. So people will see that you're prepared for that interview. Then you study the job description. Again, I repeat, you study the job description and note the required skills. Note the qualities and the experience that is expected. Then consider why you are interviewing for that role and why you want the job and why you are the best candidate. Then you practice your answers. Set yourself some questions. Nowadays, life is easy because you can go online and get a few sample questions. Practice them with a friend. and call a friend over, or you go over to where they are, or even your relative in the house and tell them, ask me these questions, and try and answer them. Because the more you practice, the more better you will get at the interview. And then as you answer your question, always remember, use the STAR method. Give the situation. Then you give the task that you are doing, you give the action, and you give the result. For example, if let's say you're in marketing, you will say, as a marketing manager, I was tasked with bringing in 100 million, for example. That is the situation. So what did you do? I went out and I looked for customers. I visited this company. I drew a plan and I visited this company. And I got 50 million. I went to this other company and I got 70 million. So that is the action that you took. You went out to market. Then what was the result? The result was that my target was 100 million, but I achieved 150 million. That was the result. Learn to answer your questions that way. Give the situation, give what the task was, give the action that you took, and the result of your action. So I will say I was supposed to hire 100 people. I sent out the advert. It went out. I received 200 applications. I read through, skimmed through these applications, was able to shortlist 100 people, and was able to interview and got this number of people. That is the result of what the action that I was doing. So somebody will see you've thought through the question from beginning to the end. If you practice that, by the way, you'll always get a job. Because there are very few people who take it to the end. There are very few people who give the action they took. People just say, yes, I worked. And you hope that the panelists will know the rest of the things. Even if you work with them in the same organization, they would rather tell you, that's enough. I think you've answered the question. But never leave out any detail that you think is important. And again, don't overspeak. Again, don't give too much. Don't talk too much, like you ask one question and you want to answer it for half an hour. No. Summarize. Have a summarized version of what you will say. So be prepared with your examples for every question, because depending on the job profile, you can actually set questions for yourself. Or you go to somebody who you know has that experience and ask them to help you set questions for yourself. Then you try and put examples for each question that you see appear there. What opportunities for advancement there are, you give that as well. And then you plan your interview. If you're going for an interview tomorrow, plan your attire today. Iron it, make sure it's well pressed. Make sure your shirt is well ironed. There are different attires for different functions. If you come here today as a presenter and I walk in maybe my sleeping gown, you'll even not probably listen. You'll wonder, surely this lady, she didn't know she was supposed to come and present to us, okay? Not because it's a bad thing to wear. A gown is good, but for the bed, you know? So think of where you're going, what job are you going for, and then find out how people there dress. Because there are some organizations that have a dress code. There are others that don't. Find out. If you have a friend who can tell you, just find out. And if you're not able to get that information, then just dress well. Because there's nothing wrong with appearing professional. You'd rather appear professional than appear in your sweatpants to an interview. I remember once while I was in Equity, and I'll say that because I'm no longer there now, Equity never used to allow dreads, and there's nothing wrong with dreads, please. There's nothing wrong with them. But they never used to allow. So one gentleman came in with dreads for an interview. Apparently, he had been told to shave the dreads before the interview. So when he came for the interview, he was asked after, he did really well, very well actually, very intelligent, did well. Then he was asked, would you consider shaving your dreads? Because we were interested in picking him for the job. So he said, would you consider shaving your dreads? And he said, nobody, even my mother, nobody can tell me to shave my dreads. That is, actually it was funny, he said that. And so we said, okay, fine. In this organization, they are not allowed. So maybe you probably need to find a job where it is okay for you to appear in the dreads. But here where we are, it is not part of the dress code. And that's how he didn't get the job. But let me tell you what happened after that. The next morning, as I was walking in, the gentleman was seated there, clean shaven. So I asked him, so I didn't recognize him actually, but he recognized me. So he said, Madam, I'm here. He remembered my name, so he said, Mary, I'm here. Yesterday I came for the interview and I reconsidered and I've shaved my hair. Do you think I can still get a job? He was actually our best candidate. So we took him. But he was going to lose an opportunity just because he had said, nobody, even my mother, can tell me to shave my dreads. Your mother is important, but at the workplace, we don't talk about our mothers because you're an adult, that is why you have brought yourself for an interview. So don't, it's good to, we respect our mothers, all of us, and even me, I'm a mother and I want to be respected by my children, but don't bring that to the interview. Unless you're being told to talk about your family, those are things that you keep away from. So you will say, you don't say nobody, even my mother, you will say, when I live here, it is something I can consider. Yeah. Whether you go out there and do it or not, it is still okay, but you've left a good impression behind. So you'll just say, okay, that's a good idea, let me go out and reconsider. And so those people will be left knowing we can pick this person actually, because he said he's going to reconsider. And you may find a follow-up call, somebody calling you to find out, are you still, did you reconsider that decision? And then you say yes or no. There is a place for everything. There's a place for every style. There are companies where I work currently, we don't mind dreads. Actually, for ladies, they can have the dreads. But for the men still, it's not allowed. So there are companies that won't mind. So you need to know yourself, and they're not bad, and please don't take it's not personal. It's not bad. It's not a bad thing to do. But always think about where do you want to work. If you're in the arts, if you're in the media, that is allowed. In fact, it's one thing that makes them sell very well. They do it because they are people who do these things are very creative minds. They have very positive things. They are very creative. There are people who will sit down and innovate something like this. So they are very bright minds. So it's not a bad thing. And I look at it that way because that's the way it is. Including my own family, I think there are 6 of them who have dreads. So there's nothing wrong with that. But they are very creative people. You will find that when we have a function, they are the ones who jump all over. Within a second, everything is done. And you don't have even to struggle with it. Because that is the kind of mind that they have. And that's why they showcase it even in their hairstyle and everything. Because that's how they are. They are creatives. And we appreciate them for that. So be confident all the time, even as you walk into the interview room. Tie your questions to the skills and accomplishments that you've done. And also ensure that you are well understood. You can ask, is that okay? Is there anything else I'm supposed to add? Would you like me to add something else? Just ensure that there is understanding. Then in terms of vision, think of your vision. Where do you want to go? In the next 3 years, what do you want? In the next 5 years, what do you want? And in the next 10 years, where will you be? Think of that. Put it down. Have a notebook that you value, that you put down your ideas and thoughts. When you wake up at night with a thought, write it down. Because tomorrow morning you may not remember it. Then create a unique value proposition for yourself. You hear companies talk about value propositions. What about you? Have you created a value proposition for yourself? And what do I mean by a value proposition? I mean, what do you stand for? If you're asked today, what do you stand for? What is your purpose? And I know Brian talked about it. What is your purpose in life? what you're good at. What are you good at? Because do the things you love. As we said, we are there for 40 years and above. Imagine for 40 years you're doing something that you don't like. You wake up in the morning and you're going to a job that you don't like doing. For 40 years, you'll even grow old very fast because you don't love what you do. So find what your values are, find what your purpose is, and pursue it. Because as long as you pursue your purpose and you pursue to solve a problem, find a problem and solve it, you'll be a happy person. Then think of your goals and your values. Your values are those desirable qualities that serve you, that are powerful, that are memorable beacons. Think of those things. Then you think of your natural talents. What are your natural talents? What do you do so easily, even when you wake up or when you're so tired and somebody talks about something that you love doing, it fires you up. What is that thing that fires you up? And I know it's not easy to find. Some of us have stayed for many years without finding it. It's very difficult to find your purpose. And for others, it's very easy to find their purpose. So work with somebody, get a mentor, get a coach. They will help you walk through your journey. Don't struggle. Because people have done it before, they have been there. You will stay here for 20 years struggling to find your purpose. When probably if you had just engaged a coach or a mentor, they would have helped you within a year or less to find what your purpose is. So don't struggle with things. Then work on your skills. Study up. Enhance your skills. Keep upgrading. Because the world is changing. What you read today, tomorrow will have changed. Then think of your passions, as I said, and drive that passion. Because as long as you're doing what you love, you will be very happy. And always remember that you're marketing yourself all the time as you do the things that you do. So I think on CV writing, I think that is it. So in terms of opportunities, I think there are many opportunities in the market. And I know we'll sit and say, mimi sipati job. Ama niko tu. The way he was saying it. Niko tu, niko hapa. Nimetafuta kazi, nimekosa. Na ni kweli, watu wanakosa. But keep trying. Don't give up. Hata uki-apply leo, uki-apply kesho, uki-apply kesho kutwa, don't give up. Keep trying. And always be positive. If you have a positive mind, you attract positive things. If you say, I will get a job, by the way, you will get a job. Because you attract positives. If you start saying, sasa ni mimi nilimaliza campus, hata hakuna kazi, nakaa tu huku kwa mtaa tuna hustle, and kubaya. That is what you are telling. That is what you are telling yourself, and that is what your mind is conceiving. And it just keeps telling itself, nikubaya. Even when sikubaya, bado nikubaya. Even when you go and make something, you're still saying nikubaya. In fact, I read somewhere, I think it was a book, I can't remember which book it was. And it was saying, even when you don't have money, say you have. And it will come. Because there is the law of attraction. Have you ever thought of buying something? And the minute you start thinking about it, you start seeing it. It manifests in your head, and then you see it all the time. Every time you go somewhere, you see that item that you want to buy. You may want this HP black one. Now that you thought about it, you will see it everywhere you go. If you're thinking of buying a car, whatever car you want to buy, a Toyota, a Mercedes, or whatever, when you think about it, you will start seeing so many of those cars on the road. Why? Because your mind is already conceiving that actually it's not a bad idea. I can own this projector. Yes, and I know I want an Epson. And so everywhere I go, I'll be seeing an Epson projector. Somehow. And before I know it, I have the money to buy the Epson projector. So start saying you will get a job. Start conceiving positive ideas in your mind, and you will see them manifest. And they'll manifest so fast. And avoid crowds of people who say, haiwezekani. Just avoid, run. If you sit in a group where people just talk about how impossible it is, please stay away. You'd rather go to your house and read a book. Or go and think of something else. Think of how you can make money. People are making a lot of money online. Some sit in the house, they drive the best cars in this town. Why? Because they have used their mind, they have used their time, they have used the social media wisely. So even as they sit in their house, money is just trickling in, trickling in. So why not, instead of going to say how kumekuwa kubaya, why don't you use your creative mind? Because all these minds here are able to think of something that they can do. And then you will get that opportunity. It's very hard for me to come here and tell you this is the best opportunity in the market, because you're all different and you all have different interests. But jobs are there. People will say jobs are not there, but I will tell you jobs are there. Sometimes we start looking when we are working with people, because I work with people sometimes on a career journey. And as we are working on a career journey, I normally ask them, just write for me the companies you'd like to work for. And they go home and draft the companies they want to work for. They put a list. And then we start saying, what do? They look for that. Before you know it, there is an interview from that company that you wanted to work for. So just sit down, think of all the companies and why you want to work for them, list them. And now start looking for jobs in those companies. Every day you wake up in the morning, if you don't have a job, for your information, shower, dress well, sit down, put on your computer, take your cup of tea or coffee next to you, and start looking for a job. Every morning, without fail. Because the sooner you apply for a job, the better for you. So if you go to the websites that offer jobs, there are very many websites. There is sokojobs.com, there is kenyanjobs.com. They are genuine, by the way. Most of them are very genuine. Go there and find if there is a job that you think you can do. Even if you have 40% or 60%, you may be the only one who applied. Apply for it, then note it down in that important notebook that we talked about. Note it down there, and then note the job that you applied, so that the day you're called and told, Mary, you applied for this job, you will not start asking, which company, which one, when? Because you won't remember. There will be so many. By the way, there might be even 100, so you won't remember. So just write, so the day you're called, and nowadays, we have nice phones where we can record everything. Just go and check and say, yeah, I applied on this date. Yes, I'm interested in working there because you've done some research and you know about that company. So do that and enhance your logo. Ensure that you have done well. Then, as I said, appearances matter a lot in many organizations. And not just in organizations. Remember, the first impression that you create is the impression that is left with that person. So let it count. Let it be the most important, the most tasteful impression that you will leave behind. And I always say, aim to dress at least 10% better than your current job or your current pay. And it shouldn't be expensive. It doesn't have to be expensive. Aim to dress at least 10% more better than your current pay. And why will you do that? Because you will fit easily and you will stand out from the crowd. I can tell you, like in our office, if we think of hiring somebody, sometimes we even start giving names. We start saying, I think so-and-so can do that job. I hope they will apply. Because it's a process that people have to go through that process. So sometimes we even think and say, I know so-and-so, that person, I think they can do that job. Let me just hope they will apply. Because again, if they don't apply, they will not be shortlisted. So show up. If you want a job, show up. Don't say my uncle works here. He should know that I'm looking for a job. In fact, he came for my graduation. So he knows that I need a job. So I expect him to call you. Your uncle is so busy with other things. And not in a bad way, they might not even remember that you're looking for a job. So keep reminding him, keep calling and saying, uncle, by the way, nilikwambia niligraduate. And he was there, he was present in that graduate. And since I graduated, this is what I have been doing. Last week I went for this conference, and we were being told about career. The other week I was volunteering in this organization. So he will remember. In fact, if he's in a position of influence, or even a friend, or whoever it is, they will remember, by the way, Brian called me and he said he was looking for a job. And if I'm in a position where I can headhunt, and I know what Brian does, I will call him and say, you're looking for this person, please drop your CV. So, work on those things, think of the people who can help you, and then don't limit yourself. Keep your mind open, reinvent, reimagine, and rethink. Don't limit. There's no limit, by the way. Nowadays, there's no limit. So I'm told time is up, and we need to do a group session. Or do we take tea first?
There's a change of.
Oh, there's a change, okay, fine. So thank you very much. Always stand out and always ensure that you do well. Success, it is hard work. Yes, yes, please.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to take questions? Two of you? Okay.
Yes, my question is about, okay, there's this impression in Kenya where if you want to go out there and look for a job, especially if it's almost sure you are qualified and everything, but you are almost sure that they have already picked someone because maybe they know someone from the company. So like there's this interview that I attended a few months back, and the questions they were asking, to be honest, I felt like they should never have considered me for the interview at all. Because there was no way based on my career that I should have known I could have been able to answer those questions. And like they were asking me, it's a job on the field, business field. And it's a very professional organization, and they're asking me to write to translate words from English to Kiswahili. Then they're giving me something like a statement. Okay, statement. Later on I learned that ni kauli, like a bill of rights. So how do you deal with that situation? How do you deal, because you are leaving that interview room and you're just feeling like you will not go for the next interview?
One, I'll tell you that is a perception where people say that this job already has its owner. It's a perception that Kenyans, me being one of them, we have. And we always imagine, hiyo iko na wenyewe. But I will tell you, even from my own personal experience, that I have applied for jobs that I have seen in the website and I have been successful. I know people who have applied for jobs they have seen in the newspapers, in the outlets where they're advertised, and they have got the jobs. So first, it's a perception. Secondly, that's why we said, and he said it and I will say it again, you need to read widely. Because it's not about what you expect from the interview. It's about what the employer wants and the kind of person they are looking for. And so you should be ready for that position. If you knew it's an organization that values Kiswahili that much, then practice your Kiswahili because you have studied Kiswahili. What do you mean you didn't know Kiswahili? Now umekuwa shule. From class 1 you have been doing Kiswahili up to I don't know where. So you can practice your Kiswahili. I'm not good at it myself. In fact, I would have probably been in the same position wondering what to do. But that is why you find out about the company beforehand. Find out what are the things they would want, and then you practice them. And then read a lot so that you think wide. And when you're asked a question, at least you can have an answer. And never leave an interview feeling, I'm not the candidate. You never know. You could be the best candidate out of all those who interviewed that day. There was another question. Let me take that one, and then I don't know how many I'm allowed.
I have two questions on interview. The first one is, how best do you frame a question of weakness? Like you ask what are your weaknesses? And then how best do you answer a question you don't know? For example, I had a friend who went for an interview with the team, and he was asked a question of what is the latest novel you've read.
I think the question on weakness is a very good question. And why is it good? Because all of us have weaknesses. There's nobody who doesn't have a weakness. So you just need to identify what your weakness is. Before I started public speaking, it used to be my weakness, a serious weakness. I would not stand in front of people and say anything. In fact, I would stand and start sweating. And I would not say a word. My mouth would be dry, maybe there is no water. But I identified that weakness, and I knew it is a weakness. And so I started practicing. So I would go and even start giving speeches in the house, tell people, today I'm talking about this. Because your house is where you can make all the mistakes and nobody judges you. So at home is where you learn. So identify what your weakness is. The best way to answer that question is being honest and saying, I have a weakness in public speaking. What I have done to improve, I have gone improving that weakness. But you don't go to an interview room and say my weakness is that I smoke weed. Of course, that will throw you out. You know, those are not the kind of weaknesses. As he said, choose your words carefully. Choose the things you will say. You could be smoking weed and you know you smoke and you are trying to stop. But that's not her. Unless you are in a place where probably, in a rehab, then you can say that used to be my weakness, because then you're trying to encourage the people who are there and are trying to grow and get out of it. But you don't go to a bank or Safaricom and say my weakness is that I smoke weed and I'm trying to stop. No, find out another weakness that, and there are very many. Yeah, and then you speak about it. But again, show what you're doing to improve it. Uh-huh.
Are the contents of cover letter and application letter the same?
Are the contents of the cover letter? Yes, the same thing. It's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. Yes.
How best do you answer the question about salary? We always ask. It's a question that they ask in every interview. That unataka kulipwe ngapi? And they usually ask in a very weird way. Unataka kulipwe ngapi?
No, sometimes they will ask because they want to test. Also, sometimes we want to test the temperature, the way you respond to things. So sometimes you can be taken to an interview and you're asked questions that will make you really work up. And you're wondering, you guys, what is wrong with you? You even want to take your bag and go home. But what they are testing is how much can you take in terms of pressure. So they will ask you and push you and push you and push you, and you start to get annoyed. You start even raising your temperature, and people can notice, and that is what they are testing actually. How much of pressure can you take? Because maybe the job that you are getting is a high pressure job. So when they ask you about salary and you don't know how much is paid, you can simply say, I will go by the salary structure. But if they push you and say, no, give us a figure, give you a figure. That is why you should have done your homework to find out how much is paid in that organization. And most companies, even if you give a lower figure, especially corporates, even if you give a lower figure and that job starts with a higher, they will not give you less than the starting salary. They will always take you up to the starting salary. So give your figure. And don't sell yourself short.
What about in application letter, you also say that you mention, you write down the salary you get.
You just mentioned. Even you have an expectation, don't you? Just put it.
I love that, and I love our expectations. I just want to request us to do one thing. Please write down all your questions on that particular topic, because we need to do something in between. We'll allow one of our facilitators to go through the session, and then all those questions, if you can just write them and pass them over, will give us a chance to answer them, because I see it's a topic of interest, but in between we have slotted in something that we need to something? You can do that? All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I feel like we need to really appreciate men on never on beautifying the clerk. Amon, you're not beautifying men's clerk. Beautify, 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 higher, higher, higher. We'll begin. Bariki now.
Thank you so much, Mary. And that was a very, very good session. And now, because of time, we are really quick on time. So our next speaker, when I think of positive impact, I think she's just amazing. And she has connected people to power, purpose, and joy. And her dream is having a world where all people have knowledge, skills, and community they need to thrive. So she's a co-founder of Metis. How many of you have heard of Metis? Dance on. Thank you. It's a non-profit organization which aims to transform education through local leadership and innovation. And now, Metis has a fellowship program where it has supported 92 education leaders. And now hapo ndio namba sasa inaingia vizuri. When I say positive impact, this is what I mean. It has impacted 1.3 million learners. Are you getting my point now? That's positive. That's a huge, huge positive impact. And our guest began her career as a bilingual educator with Teach for Africa, and she has designed curriculums, schools and programs, and most of all, she has changed many countries across Africa. So she loves learning, connecting with others. That's why she's here. And her passion, maybe she has a passion of open mic nights and photography. So let's put our hands together as we welcome our next speaker, Rebecca. Let's clap for Rebecca.
All right. Thank you so much for the welcome. That was beautiful. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So, I think you've heard my name. I'm called Rebecca. And I'm here to chat. Well, actually, we're going to get up and move in a little bit. Is that okay? Yes. All right. So, I'm going to tell you a few stories, though, before I get you to move around and hear a little bit about you all as well. Is that okay? Okay. So, first story for you to get to know me a little bit. I think I don't know many of you, but I'm excited to get to know you more. So, as you can hear from my accent, I was born and raised in the United States and in California. And I'm the firstborn of 3 children and the proud daughter of a high school counselor and a pastor, the proud granddaughter of a school principal. I'm going to tell you a little bit about this man. I call him Bop because when I was small I couldn't say Grandpa. I said Boppa. So I call him Bop. He's 97 years old right now. He's 97. But when I was growing up, we always used to play games. We would play cards. So we'd sit at the kitchen table and play card games. And as we would play these card games, he would tell me stories about his life, about his childhood. Do you have grandmothers and grandfathers who love to tell you stories? Yeah, they talk too much, right? So my grandfather really shaped and impacted me because during these stories, the most impactful one that he told me was about Japanese American internment. So this is the stuff they hide in the history books. I think you have this in your country too. There are so many things sometimes we don't get to know about. So in my country, the United States during World War II. They took everyone who was of Japanese heritage. My ancestors are from Japan, including my grandfather. And he said, Rebecca, when I was your age, I had to pack my life into bags we could carry. My family's businesses, gone. They owned a butcher shop, gone. He didn't get to graduate high school. Didn't matter. Middle of it all. They had to pack up everything and leave. And they put them in internment camps. Is that fair? So from a young age, just sitting there listening to my grandfather playing cards, I got to know, what? This world is made for some people, but not all people. And depending on what you look like, where you grow up, where your family is from, maybe what tribe you are from, maybe what religion you have, okay? The world is set up for some people to thrive, but not for all people to thrive. And so I got that from a really young age, just playing cards with my grandfather. And I thought, hey, this is not fair. So that started my journey, I think, of questioning, Rebecca, what is your part? What is your small part? Wangari Maathai used to talk about a hummingbird, right? We've had Jimmy also share, you can't change the whole world, but you can change the world to which you are proximate, the world around you, and you can always change yourself. So from a young age, I was like, okay, what's going to be my small thing? What is going to be my little thing? I'm going to tell you another story now. And I think sometimes we have a lot of shame around, and I heard that, of maybe where we're from, or what has happened to us, or some of the challenges that we have faced, right? But I mean, tell you this story because I think we need to begin to kind of break that shame and silence and be able to own our stories so we can also own our power. So when I was in high school, also still on this journey of like, what do I want to be when I grow up? Like, what's the positive change I'm going to have in the world so that all people have the opportunities to thrive? When I was on this journey, something really horrible happened to me. And that was that I was sexually assaulted. I was raped by someone I was dating, my boyfriend. And so, and I was, like, I thought, oh, those things don't happen to girls like me, whatever that meant, right? But I really struggled as a result. I didn't tell anyone for 10 years. Okay, and I sat in kind of costumes like this, and I was the star athlete. I got straight A's. Like, on the outside, everything was like happy. But on the inside, my school environment really didn't provide a place where I could really thrive, where I could be my whole self, where I was not just learning academically, but also having everything that I needed and the support that I needed to be able to fulfill this dream that I had, to answer these questions I had, right? So I came, and even though I was like performing well on the outside, on the inside I was really struggling and dying. Does that resonate with you? Have you been there? Or maybe you've seen people in your family, you know, or outside it looks okay, but they're so silent, but something's eating them on the inside, isn't it? So I thought, this isn't right. It has to be better than this. Our schools have to be places where all people, where children are safe to be themselves, where they are really supported, not only academically, but emotionally, spiritually, psychologically, right? So I tell you these stories because they're very, very many foundational moments in my life, I think, that led me to where I am today. But those are two of them, where I really felt like, hey, the world isn't fair. How do I make it a bit more fair? And two, how do we make schools places of holistic development and support? And so after graduating from university, I became a teacher. And so I taught bilingual kindergarten. I speak Spanish as well as English. And those kids transformed my life. I really wanted to live outside the U.S., however. I think a lot of people, there are many nice things about the United States. I also think there are many impoverished things about the United States. And I was very keen, actually, to leave outside the United States. So I had the opportunity to support a network of low-fee private schools. So to be to help create a network of schools in South Africa. So I picked up and I moved to South Africa. I was a principal for a few years. I later came back to Kenya in 2016. My first time here was in 2009. So I've been here for the last almost 6 years now, very happily. And along this way, I noticed, I'm still on this path of like, how do we create schools as centers of more holistic support? And how do we create systems that support all people to thrive, not just some people, right? So I realized, okay, our schools aren't like this. But it's not like, it's not like our teachers are necessarily at fault. They also are products of the system. I would talk and listen to teachers. And they're also stressed out. And they're also angry. And they're also isolated. And they're also having to grade so many things of work, right? And even though they want to be agents of positive change, they often don't have the support, the knowledge, and the community necessary to be able to improve learning and to be able to transform their schools and create schools that are actually safe places for all people. And so started this experiment, which is now Metis, the organization I have the opportunity to co-lead. And we support leaders like Danson, like leaders in the Ministry of Education, or who are running nonprofits or schools or ed tech companies. We provide those leaders with opportunities to and support to strengthen their impact and to be able to connect with each other so that they have all they need to start schools, technology programs that really provide holistic support for students, everywhere. So that's our dream and our vision, and that's a little bit about me and I think what brought me here. And enough about me now. I want to hear about you and your big dreams and your big visions. Can you think of one? I'm just seeing like very brave people because we're short on time and I know we all want to take our tea eventually. I had this big dream that kids would have safe spaces and that systems would serve not just some people but all people, yeah? What was my dream? Do you have a dream? You have a dream. Tell me one.
Okay, my dream is to see a community that parents and their kids have a connection, that parents are not leaving a gap, that a child one day when that child grows up will say, if my mother or my parents didn't come along with me, I could have lost my life. That's my dream.
Yeah. Amen. Can you tag someone? Can you tag a peer? Call on someone. You're the teacher now. John, give us a dream.
My dream is to have a just society.
Yeah.
I have a dream to be the president of this republic.
Hey! All right, you heard it?
But not now.
It's a journey. It's a journey. Okay. We're bearing witness. Amen. John, Your Excellency, can you tag someone?
I want to tag, I will tag Margaret.
Okay, Margaret, tell us your dream.
Okay, my dream is, let's say where I come from,
Yeah.
there is this tribe, the Orias. Their kids don't value education that much. My dream is to impact them, to impact their kids, and also to involve their parents in their education, in their educational life.
Amazing. Okay. Can we stop with her? We've learned this class. This is another one I'm giving. Okay. Margaret, tag one more person. Tell us your dream.
I'm Isaac, first of all, to introduce myself. And my dream is to see, to bring those, the illiterate communities.
Yeah.
For example, the pastoralists, they don't value education that much. And I want to see them be part of the society, the entire society, the world. Yeah, learning and looking the world in a different perception.
Okay. Amazing. Okay, so we have big dreams for pastoralist communities. We have big dreams for communities from where we've come that they would also access education opportunities. We have dreams for parents to be very involved in supporting their children. We have dreams to be president of the country, right? Big dreams. I also have big dreams. And I can say that some of them are in motion and some of them are still yet to come. I like to believe, even under the law here, I'm still considered a youth, which I appreciate very much. One of the things that I think I've learned and that I can offer to each of you is that along this way, there are not always anything worth doing well, okay, is worth failing at. That if you have this bold vision, okay, it will not always be perfect, 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 perfect. Successful, successful, successful. If you wait until you think you know it all, if you wait until you are that 100% candidate, right? Hey, your time will pass. You have to leap before you think you are ready, isn't it? Right? She said, when you've got 40%, 60%, put yourself out there. Just apply, isn't it? Right? Not all of us will be applying to jobs, it seems, as well. Some of us will be starting projects, okay? Some of us will be running for office, okay? There will be setbacks. But I want us to do something now, and I think something that's that has supported me in my journey as well, and supported the students and the leaders that I've been able to support, is reframing this idea around failure, okay? Because oftentimes, what do we hear? What do we think when we think failure? Tell me.
I think of judgment, people will judge you like on the wrong way, and you become unsuccessful.
Judgment. Now you're unsuccessful. What else? You had something?
When you hear failure, brings you down.
Yeah, you feel down, isn't it? Right? Because that's often what we think of. When we lose something, when we fail at something, we feel like, oh, no, I'm so down in the dumps. But I'm here to say that if you want to unleash your leadership and your entrepreneurial leadership, all of you are here because you are creating change in your community and in your country and in the world, right? You're a change maker, okay? And along that way, we have to think about our setbacks and build our resilience to them. So, we're going to practice now, okay, in a little small way. We're going to start changing the neurons in our brain to really rethink how we look at failure and see it really as an opportunity than just something to like get knocked down about, okay? So, I told you I'm Japanese American. We used to play this game. Also, my grandfather taught me. It's called Jankenpo. Can you say that? Okay. Another way it's translated is rock, paper, scissors. Have you ever played that game before? Yes. Rock, paper, scissors. Okay. Will you come and come up with me? We'll show the people just in case. Can we appreciate her as she comes? Okay. So in rock, paper, scissors, okay, everybody show me. You got a rock? Show me a rock. Yeah, I see about 60% rocks. I need 100% rocks. Rocks. Okay, we got rocks. We got paper. What's paper, Judith? Paper. Yeah, what's the symbol for paper? Paper. Paper, 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 paper. We got paper? Show me paper. Okay, we like paper. Scissors. Okay. Rock, paper, scissors. Okay. So in Jankenpo, or rock, paper, scissors, is what you do. You go rock, paper, scissors, and then on the next time you go shoot, and then you choose one. Okay? You can choose rock, you can choose papers, you can choose? Okay, so Judith and I are going to play. Are you ready? Okay, ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, so we go rock, paper, scissors. So that's like 1, 2, 3, and then you shoot, okay? So rock, paper, scissors, shoot. You notice my gut reaction is to go, oh no, I lost, right? And what do? Like I feel deflated. Just like you said, oh, this is defeat, I feel bad, right? It's very normal. Instead, this is where we're practice, okay? When you lose, I want you to go, ta-da! I want you to celebrate, okay? Judith, can you play one more time with me? Yeah. Okay, get ready. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Hey, can you smash it? Smash it? Ta-da! And she can even celebrate me by going, ta-da! Okay, one more time. I'm hoping I at least win them once. Okay, ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ooh, again. What happens? You do it again, yeah? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ah. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Listen. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ah! Okay, last one. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Wow, we are on the same wavelength. Okay, so that might happen. But now, I want each of you, normally, right, when you lose, you're like, we're going to practice though, okay? As uncomfortable as it is, when you lose and when you fail, I want you to go, I'm learning. I want you to go, I'm so brave, I did this. I want you to say, okay, I applied even though I didn't think I would get it, good for me. And I want you to say, ta-da! Do it with me. I want you to say, ta-da! All right. When I say go, we're going to stand up. We're going to walk outside to the grass. And everybody is going to find someone, like Judith, but not Judith, to play rock, paper, scissors with Jankenpo. Okay, you've learned some Japanese today. Jankenpo. When you lose, you say? Hey, I can't hear you. You say? And you go behind the winner. Okay? So you still go behind the winner. But the loser celebrates. So Judith, she won very many times, right? So we would go, ta-da to me, and I would follow her. Now we're a train, and she goes and finds the next person. Maybe Mary won the last one. So she goes, she plays rock, paper, scissors with Mary. Now say Mary wins. We go, ta-da to my friend Judith here. We follow Mary. Mary goes and finds someone else. You see? So we're going to end up with trains of people, okay? We're going to play this for maybe 5-6 minutes until we have the final winner, okay? And then we're going to probably, because I know tea is after, I want us to debrief a bit. So then we'll stand in a circle, debrief some of our learnings and reflections, and then go for tea. Is that okay? Yes. We're together? Yes. All right, 1, 2, 3, stand up. Let the competition begin.
Go find
someone to play with.
Hey, Rock, paper, scissors, stop.
Alright, is this the final one? Alright, this is the championship. The championship, everybody! Alright, is that everyone? We have a winner! Okay, let's circle up, let's circle up. Find a spot, everybody, maybe take 2 steps back. Okay. Alright, so I couldn't teach, I'm a former teacher, so I have class, yeah? Can I teach you one from South Africa? Yeah. Okay, it goes like this. Zulu clap on 3, and you go 1, 2, 3. Yay! Can you do that? Alright, Zulu clap on 3, 1, 2, 3. Yay! I believe we can do it better than that. The Zulus are very spirited, yeah? Okay, Zulu clap on 3, 1, 2, 3. Well done. All right. What did we notice? What did we notice in playing that game? What did you learn? Does anything stand out for anyone? Yeah.
Consistency.
He was consistently, yes. Yeah. Yeah. What else? What stood out to you all? Uh-huh. Can you guys hear him?
Everyone lost to someone,
That's true.
except him.
Interesting. So everyone here had an experience of failure, isn't it?
Sometimes we win, sometimes we
Yeah. Okay, that's true. Vincent,
It's very interesting when you win.
it's interesting. Say more. What do you mean by interesting? You feel happy. Right. So Vincent, let's stick with that. So our natural response when we win is to feel happy, and when we lose, we feel, generally speaking, when we fail, we feel disappointed. Now that is very normal. It is okay to feel that way. But we want to rewire our brains, right? If we're on a pathway to leadership, we know that we have to, the only way we can do great things is if we also take great risk. And with great risk comes a chance of failure, comes a chance of learning, right? So we have to retune our brains to say, oh, wow, I failed at something, means that I tried, means that I am learning, means that I am one step closer to success, right? But so Vincent had a very long line at one time. Did you guys see it? Yes. He had a very long line and he came against, what's your name? He came against the formidable Brian, and he lost, right? He had maybe a scissors and Brian had a rock, and it went. Okay, what did Vincent do? Vincent, what did you do? Show us with your body. What did you do? Like, did you guys see him? He was like this. He was like, ah. Right, Vincent? You did that. Show us. Show us. Right. Our gut response. Even though I told you the rules of the game, right? All of our training throughout school, our teachers said, if you made a mistake, you get the red mark and you go, our teachers, our parents have told us, make a mistake, your response should be, right? So it's interesting. Even though we played the game, we knew the rules, we knew to do to-da, it's still difficult, isn't it? Okay? So it just takes practice. Okay? It just takes practice. So that's my encouragement to you. Give yourself permission to fail. Know that great learning comes out of that. Know that great resilience will come out of that. Know that your character will be shaped so that you will be ready to be the president of Kenya, so that you will be ready to start your foundation that supports caregiver engagement, so that you will be ready to fulfill your dreams. Okay? When we seek to kind of change the world as it is now, to transform it into the way that it can be. Okay, we'll have pushback. We'll have things that feel like failure. And I hope this game helps you to think about viewing those setbacks as something to celebrate rather than something to hide. Okay? That is my small thing for you. Thank you for letting me be with you. And thank you for being the leaders that you are. I really look forward to seeing your leadership really shape the world for something better, whether you are at a community level, a county level, a countrywide level. All the best. Thank you so much. And I'll hand it back. I think we get to take some tea now.
Okay, hi guys. I think that was a very interesting session. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Pleasure. And I hope we should put down the pain. We should keep trying. And as Rebecca says, one more step can we do, it might be one more step to success. So for now, we'll go have our tea break for 10 minutes. And let's give a heart clap. The Zulu one.
Okay.
Although I don't know if I have it so then relations, okay? Yes. So let's go. One.
You go Zulu clap on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Over to you.
Before Chinzana, I think just so Zulu 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you so much.
You can discuss.
Teda kontraktu siji
Okay, one more No, I'm saying Simama Ka.
Come on, Mecca.
No. You start the jump. Yeah. I was hoping to get Senator here. Okay, let's move to the next part. It says, Tembea kimbia, luka, simama. Yeah, let's go. Tembea kimbia, luka, simama. Teresa? Yes. I hope everyone is back. Let's set my You're okay.
So, our next speaker, I'm just proud to be a lady today. This is what I was talking about when I was saying women of substance. Because, where is Jimmy? Jimmy ametoka. So, our next speaker is the founder of Vasili Africa Limited, which is a financial investment consulting firm which consolidates various investment instruments from different companies to provide a 360 degree view of wealth growth through helping investors articulate their investment strategies and match their investment needs with the best opportunities. They also assist them to protect their acquired wealth and preserve the same. So Vasili is basically an investment company. So before she worked at Vasili, she served various investment companies in different growing capacities for a span of 8 years. So what I have on experience. Then now here comes where I'm saying we are women of substance. She has a bachelor's degree in law. So we have a lawyer in the house and a certificate in business management. She has undergone various trainings for personal development, sales, marketing, recruitment, training and development of a team. And she is currently enrolled to be certified personal financial planner and a chartered security and investment analyst. So I'm just reading this and I'm thinking, I think I need to go the financial way. Starting with Mary, Leonata in our finance, and right now our next speaker, she's very good in financial investment and analysis. So she's very passionate about client relationship management, investment and advisory, and portfolio management. So she has been a business, so she's a mentor. In this case, a business mentor, and a speaker for Konza City COVID-19 Innovation Challenge 2020 and Makueni County Government Innovation Challenge. Guys, let's put our hands together for Rose Nyawira Ngari.
So I'm wondering where to stand because height. I hope you can see me though. No, if I stand anywhere behind something, you won't see me. Trust me. But yes, sometimes I look at that profile and I'm like, okay. It was a dream. It was all a dream at some point when I decided this is it. This is my dream is bigger than my size, and I need to go for it. Fortunately or unfortunately, I work in an industry. Thank you. Eh? These are the people you need in your life. Hey. So, yes, fortunately or unfortunately, I work in an industry that is male-dominated when it comes to when you speak about investments and everything in Kenya. So when I decided to branch out, I studied law, as the profile says. I studied law. Then I realized when working in a law firm, I did internship in a law firm. This is not for me. This every morning you wake up, you're doing files. You're carrying files like from here to Timbuktu to go to the court. And then in the evening you come back, you start doing paperwork. Like paperwork never stops in a law firm. And I hate routine. I hate comfort zones and I hate routine. And that's what I felt law was offering me. Yeah? So I decided to look for a job in an investment company. So how the job came about, still when I was in campus, I got my first degree, called my son. He's 11 years old now. Yeah, his name is Keith. So that was my first degree. So at some point, when he was 6 months, my mom told me, there is no way I'm going to be buying diapers for your son. And I'm sorry to say this, it might sound crude, but this is the truth. There's no way I'm going to buy diapers for your son and buy you pads. So you need to go look for your pads, and I will buy diapers for the boy. So I'm in that year. I'm like, okay, sawa. So went to look for a job. I got a job as a salesperson. They didn't even need a salesperson, but I made them need a salesperson for in an investment company. And then after 2 months, their receptionist was going on maternity leave. Luck. So I was told to sit at the reception. You have a pretty face. I'm like, I have no idea what to do at the reception other than answer the phone, yeah? Then I was serving one of the clients and they said, he's old. He had invested millions, by the way. Then he asked me, how old are you? And I said, old enough to be working here. Then he told me, if you have not made your first million, there is no way you can advise me on how to invest. Yeah. So at that point, you're like, okay. Anyway, you're earning 15 Gs. In Nairobi, you have a child, you have house rent to pay, you have a house help to pay because you have to leave the child home, yeah? You have transport to pay, and yes, you're in Nairobi. How do you survive? Hi. So I decided, you know what? This is the calling that I needed, or this is the push that I needed to get out of comfort zone. So from the receptionist, went to the back office, customer service, customer service officer. Then after some time, customer service manager. In the same company, I served there for 4 years. Then after when I reached customer service manager, I realized it's either the CEO leaves or I leave. Because where else do you go? Yeah, your career growth has reached the peak at that point, yeah? Where else do you go? So I looked for a job in another company, still head of customer service. Then I was given a sales department that had about 85 people to run. And then when I was 6 months into that job, another company started and they decided, by the way, this person has been around for a while. So I was poached. Went to a new company. So this time, I fired myself from a well-paying job, went to a startup. Reason being, I didn't want comfort zone. I wanted growth. Yeah. So I went to another company. I'm not going to mention the companies. Served there for 5 years until 2019. When I realized in 2019, any time I was talking to either of the supervisors, and that is So I was head of departments all through. But anytime now I'm talking to the person who's higher than you when you're doing your review, you're telling them your big dream, and they keep adding. So I felt like I'm a rabbit because they keep giving you a carrot every time I want to move. Yeah, I want more growth, but this company is not offering me the growth that I needed. Yeah, so they keep giving you a carrot, and the carrot at that time is say salary raise, or yes, other benefits that you may need, or by the way, we need to have another department that needs to start, we want to give you other, so they keep giving you. So that's the time I realized these people, if you don't have a dream for your life, someone else will have a dream for your life. Yeah, and the dream for your life, the one that they will have, is so that you can satisfy their dreams, so that they can, you see, an employer will never pay you enough for you to buy the same car, the one that they have. Reason being, mtakuwa the same level, right or wrong? So this time, you actually think, is my dream bigger than this position, yeah? Is my dream bigger than? So I left a job that was paying 6 figures and went and started out a company, literally from scratch. And it was crazy. That was the dream started in 2017, after sitting down with a client that I was advising, and the client wanted to move their investments. They had been working for KQ. KQ that time was hiring and firing a lot of pilots were moving to other airlines, Qatar being one of them. So the client was moving to Qatar Airlines, yeah? And he sat down with me and told me, I have only this afternoon to make a decision on how to move my pension, the pension that I've accrued in KQ, to another company that is offering pension plans. So within that afternoon, I called different investment management companies, and you're told, we will give, the sales team will call you, please hold, someone else is getting in touch with you. Nobody called. Only one company got in touch. They got in touch. They decided to wait for the client to go to town to open the account and everything. They were leaving the office at 7, but so far he's still invested there, yeah? So that dream was, if all investments, instead of me calling all the companies and getting the information that I need, and it's just doing a comparison between companies, different companies, what if we could just put all that information into one platform, yeah? Such that when a client comes to this platform, they can see which investment company do you know? Anyone from the top of your head? Saiton, Britam, CIC, yes. If all that information from the different companies can be put into one platform, such that I take my phone, I search what is the best money market fund. So we shall go through those investment products. What is the best investment product right now in 2021? I can get it from one platform. I don't have to open 10 tabs of 10 different companies. That is the basic idea of our company, which is called Vasili Africa. Yeah, but today we are going to be having 2 sessions, one on investments, the other one on entrepreneurship and business planning. But we are going to start with the business planning one. Yes. So today I think we've done the basic introduction of Vasili, so we can go. So this is a part of the team. Another one refused to send her photo, but she will be speaking to us. Then, yes, the next. Yes, so we talk about business planning. And right now, I want us to be in, how many are we? 31. So I want us to divide ourselves in groups of 5. One group will have, I think, 6. Yeah? Yes, 6 and 1, 7, yes. Yeah, okay. So divide ourselves. Venye tu tumeketi, you can get near each other because we are going to be doing an exercise throughout. If you can face the front at the moment, yes. Aya. As we are, I want us to think as a group a business plan or a business idea that you may have as a group. Think of a business idea. I'll give you, I think, 20 seconds. You come up with a business idea. Yes. 20 seconds. Okay, 30. A business idea, and give it a business name. Now, the business name will be your group name. Sawa? Make sense? So, as a group, get a business idea. Agree on a business idea. Wewe tuko na wewe. Which is our business idea? Which is our business idea? Where? Where? The ambient. Tumemalizana na hapo. Kahawa. Write it down. Nice. TikTok.
That's nice. That's nice.
It's a nice name. You know?
Can we meet after this and make a new company registration? Can you bring the money?
It's as simple as that. Aya. 30 seconds are over. Don't take it seriously. It's at the top of your head.
Maybe they're thinking you're funding them.
I might. So we start with you. So, hello. If you can hear me, say good morning. Yeah? You have to. I just need one. You're done? Are you done? Almost. How many more seconds? Sorry? Which group is done? I want you, just on the top of your head, just a business idea and a name. Just on the top of your head. Don't think too much into it. Don't think too much into it. Aya. The group at the very end, at the corner. Your business name? Sorry? Please? Ngombe Fresh Meat Suppliers. Okay, I already know what you're doing by that name. Who will write down for me? Ngombe Fresh Meat Suppliers. Yes. Aya. Your group?
Our group is called Pop It Cold.
Sorry?
Pop It Cold.
Pop It Cold?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
We are dealing with, we are selling ice.
You're selling ice? Okay. Pop It Cold. Uh-huh. The middle group? Uh-huh.
Ours is 5M Logistic Company.
Sorry? 5M Logistics Company. I already know what you're doing, logistics, yeah? Okay. The group behind you? Yes. Oh, Kwani nyinyi ni wengi aje? Okay, this group? Aya, your group. Sorry? Grand Bench? Business. Okay. Academic writing services. Okay. Your group? Real? Okay, you're doing real estate. What is the name of the group? Nyumbani Investments. Okay. And then we have one as well. I think we will include other people who are not there. So for us who didn't join a group, we have Kahawa Point. Yes, explains it, right? Aya. Now we can go back to our sitting positions. But keep your groups, yeah? So you know your group members, keep them. We will go back to it. So basically, good. So you know why you chose your business name, you know why you chose the business idea, yeah? So I want us to think through a few different things that we do when it comes to business planning, yeah? What you actually take into account. So this is more theory, but it will be more practical in the end. Remember, you have your business idea, yeah? So in the end, we shall go back to whatever we have learned here and apply it on our business idea and see whether it works. Sawa sawa. So we will move very fast, but I hope we can get it. I will not read through this. I will not read through it. I will just pinpoint what is important and give our story, give my story in between it. Sawa sawa? Okay. So whatever we are creating when it comes to, whatever you're creating when it comes to business, the first thing that you actually look at is a business model canvas. So a business model canvas, basically, it's like writing your business plan from the name, the branding concept that you're going to be having, yeah, whatever marketing options that you're going to use, everything, how you're going to get to your customers, how you're going to get to, how you're going to beat your competitors, the value proposition that you have over your competitors and why your customers should prefer you and not other people, how you're going to collect your revenue and how you're even going to hire. Yeah, it is everything that you look at. So why is it important? It gives us focus, flexibility, and transparency, such that right now, when I'm hiring someone into my company, they already know this is what Vasili Africa stands for. This is the customers that we are focusing on, or the clients. So they're different. In service industry, I think we say clients. In goods industry, I think we say customers, yeah? So these are the customers that we are focusing on. This is why we are different from competitors. This is the value proposition so everybody who comes, you can explain your business canvas model to a 2-year-old or to a 4-year-old. Just recently, my son asked me, or he likes asking me every time I go home, how much money have you made today? I'm like, I don't have to tell you. You know, you're 11. What? Then he says, no, just tell me what do you do so that you can make money. Yeah? Have you made money? It gives me the push, yeah? And that is why also Vasili Africa was formed, for education purposes, yeah? If at this age, did your parents ever talk to you about money? Do they? You are thrown into the deep end. You figure it out on yourself, yeah? You're told, go to school, learn, get a good job. And then, what happens after that? What happens in campus? After you've gotten help, a lot of people just start drinking sababu. Tumepata hii pesa pesa moto moto, haraka haraka as we move, you know, yeah? But if we had the education of money management from the time we were young, I think if you look at the way Indians have grown up, they're taken to the shops in River Road to sell books, yeah? They already know this is a family business that needs continuity. This is what it needs. So by my son asking me how much money have I made on that day, first of all, I feel guilty sometimes because in the life of an entrepreneurship, sometimes you feel so bad, like something can happen in the morning and you just shut down. And you Netflix the whole day. You just zoom out, yeah? And then other days, you're on a high. Everything is happening. I write down my activities on a daily basis, yeah? What I need to do. And tick down the box. So I go ticking. And then if I make a call to one client, and they decide, and it was a big deal, and they decide, by the way, we are not going to go with you guys. Sometimes you feel so bad, you just shut down, sleep, yeah? And it's okay. It's in the life of an entrepreneur. It is okay. You have your highs, you have your lows, but you know how to balance. At the end of the day, remember, you're paying yourself, you're your own motivation, yeah? You have people who are looking up to you. When you start an enterprise, people are looking at you for you to fail, not for you to succeed, for you to fail, so that they can say, tulimwambia, mbona aliacha job, you know? So you need to keep yourself, like I am proving them wrong and proving myself right that I'm going to succeed, always, always. Sasa, so it gives you, as I said, the business model canvas gives you focus, flexibility, and transparency. We can go to the next slide. Actually, I hate using slides, but yeah. I think we've talked about this, the next one as well. So we can share this. So there are 9 building blocks when it comes to the business model canvas. The first one is the value proposition. The value proposition is very simple. What are you offering your customers so that they can prefer you? So you have your business idea, and as we go on, I want us to think about that business idea. Nyama fresh, academic writing, yeah, real estate, what, and ice. There was another one, yeah, logistics, kahawa. What are we offering? How many kahawa points are there in this Nairobi? How many houses, how many shops are offering coffee? People are even selling them on the streets, yeah, as you walk along. But why would people prefer our coffee and not anybody else's coffee? Why would they prefer to come and sit in our shop? Why would someone prefer to come to buy meat from you and not any other person? Yeah? So you have to create a value proposition for your product. As well, as you're looking at the value proposition, you look at the other part, their competitors. Do we look at what competitors do? So just recently, we have a client that we're dealing with. It's a tech company. So they're going to be doing blockchain in Kenya. First of all, a lot of people do not understand blockchain when it comes to anything else apart from trading in crypto at the moment, yeah? I also don't understand it as well. So we are learning with them as they develop the product. Then another company called Cardano announced that they're doing something else, still for blockchain in Kenya, in partnership with the government. So these guys called me in the middle of the night at 12. Oh my God, have you seen what Cardano is doing? I am so panicking. We need an investor now. And I asked them, okay, you need an investor. So we have been dealing with them for the last 1 month. You need an investor now. But what is your company name? They don't have, yeah? Have you done registration? No. Do you have any way that you have, do you have a brand? No. How long has this Cardano been in business? Since 2016. For the last 5 years. So they have gone through the process of growth and partnership and all. Yes, it's an outside company. It's come to Kenya. However, I want us to go back and think about it. When Safaricom was coming into Kenya, yeah, there was Telcom, right? And there was Airtel, right? Did Safaricom look at those two and say we are not going to we're not going to start in the Kenyan market because of Telcom and Airtel? Right now, if you have a line, a phone line, you either have Safaricom and any other line. True or false? Yeah? So you have to look at the competitor in a way. You remember when Peggy was saying benchmark? Sometimes you benchmark against competitors so that you can grow and see what they're doing that is not in line with, that you want to add value to, and maybe the differentiation factor. And remember, there is no idea on this earth, yeah? Even the good book says, there is no idea on this earth, under the earth, that is new. True? Whatever you're thinking, someone else is thinking, yeah? The differentiating factor is how you implement, and that is now your value proposition. So you look at the value proposition in such a way that I am looking at myself as a product. What product am I bringing into the market? How is it going to make a difference? And as well, if for the customer side, so there are two sides of the value proposition. For the customer side, what is this that they're going to get from me that they cannot get from the competitor? Yeah? So as Vasily, I know, what we offer is unbiased, independent financial education, yeah? So if you come to us, we will tell you there are very many investment companies, yeah? Very, very many of them. But according to your goals, according to your preferences, according to your life plan, we think these 5 will suit your life plan. However, on your side, how do you feel? Yeah? So we've given you an array of them, all of them, a choice to make so that you can see, does it suit my life and the like. So the same thing with your product. So look at your product. You're still looking at your product, yeah? We shall go back to the business groups. We are still looking at your product. What value does it offer to the market? What does it have? Is it soft meat? Is it different flavors of ice pops? What kind of kahawa are we offering? Yes, those things. Then we look at the customer segment. Which customers are we targeting? When we said kahawa point, we said because, yes, upmarket, kinda. When you said real estate, what kind of customers are you targeting? Yeah, are you targeting? Do you want to do I think you've seen there's a Netflix series for very high-end houses in LA, in America, and those people make money. I can't remember the name, but they make a lot of money in commissions. Yeah, yes, million. Yes, like. If you look at the way those girls are making money, you're wondering, guy, hizi nyumba ziko Kenya, you know? Then, so what kind of customers are you targeting? Are you targeting the affordable housing? Or are you targeting the high end? Or are you targeting the middle class? Yeah? Then, when I know my customer segment, how am I going to reach them? Yes? What activities am I going to do so that I can reach them? Yeah. When it comes to the meat, I'm really inclined to the meat one because last year with COVID, when everything was down, I realized my friends were coming to my house. I used to get meat at Dagoretti Market, yeah, in bulk. So my friends come over and then take meat from my freezer, wanaenda kukula, and they don't refund me. And I told them, let me make it a business, man. I will be going to the market for you and getting the meat in bulk. So I'm really inclined to that, yeah? So I want to know what kind of activities are you going to do so that you can get the meat to the customer, so that when they take it, they know for sure everything has been factored in, whether it's the price, the pricing, the meat is soft and everything, yeah, has been factored in. And then, what kind of resources do I need? So all these, the points that are here, are in different slides, so we are not going to go into those different slides. Sawa? So we are going to take as much as we can from here. The key resources, what key resources do I need for ice pops? How much money do I need to set it up? Yeah? Do I need delivery guys? Do I need packaging material? All those things. Do I need people, like can I do it on my own, or do I need to employ people? Those are the resources, is human resource and money resource as well, yeah? Do I need to employ? Sometimes you realize when you're starting a startup, you don't need other people. You can do it on your own, yeah? As long as, and as well, you also realize, like us, we realized in 2019 when I started, by the way, I had a big dream. So I took my pension, all my savings, and put it in the business. And I wanted an office that I would be paying 100,000 because I had a big dream of having different departments. You know, when you're starting, you see it all, yeah? You see it all. So 100,000, you can imagine how many people should be seated in the office. You're not realizing that you're going to be paying rent on a continuous basis. So I have money for deposit and month 1. After month 2, what happens if the business doesn't pick up? And you need to be paying salaries. Hey, I have hired now. This year in August was our first employee. Yeah? How many years down the line? 2.5. And even then I cannot pay myself, so let me pay someone who can do the other business, yeah? Because I've tried dividing myself as much as possible and I cannot. So start thinking, what is the cost of setting up this business? How many people do I need to hire? Can I operate on my own? Most of the time you'll actually realize if you don't need an office, please don't take one. Do not take one. And in between that time, I was busy thinking, let me look for an investor, a high-end investor. I got an investor who wanted to give us cash, but not cash. They wanted to give us office space for 40% of the company. The office space, I was supposed to be paying 100,000. I was like, does it make sense? 40% of my company, the valuation of the company is 100 million, and then I give 40% of it because of office space. It doesn't make sense. Moved on, decided my office is my bed. I've done a few webinars that I'm usually on my bed. So you actually need to realize, see, I'm paying rent in this house. I'm paying internet. Let me make the most out of it. Yeah, it is not just Netflix. Minimize the cost of starting a business to the minimum. Yeah, only do the necessary things that you need to do. Minimize the costs. Yeah, if the most necessary thing that you need to do is registration of a company. And after you have registered, if you're doing a partnership, that is the other thing that I need to say. Please make sure that you're doing a partnership with someone who you are aligned with. Otherwise, in 2017, I started Vasili, but under a different name. It was called Riba Africa, with a partnership with someone. However, he had different ideas, very different ideas. So mine was investments, distribution, yeah? He wanted to go into lending money, so a microfinance way. And I'm like, first of all, you need money so that you can lend money. We don't even have this money. And then it's taken us since 2017 to this year when I've finally sold the company, but it took us talking to lawyers and him threatening me and I threatening him until we are like, hatupelekani mahali, so let's just part ways because the company is not generating revenue. So in 2019, when he refused to get other people in and he refused us to go on with the investment distribution, he just wanted to do lending, I decided let's part ways. He refused to let go of his 50%. So what I did is, it's never that serious. It's just a name. There is no revenue to that name, yeah? It is just a company name and the registration amount, which was 20K. Looked for another name and registered another company and moved. Yeah? So the one thing that you need to learn as well, do not get attached as you go along when it comes to business. Don't get attached to business names exactly, especially business names and partners who are not feeding into your path. Let go as soon as possible. Learn fast, make the mistakes, learn fast and move on. Yeah? Don't get attached. Otherwise, when you get attached, utalalia maskio. Yes. Other people, you'll be seeing other people are going ahead and you're not going ahead. Then after we've gone to the key resources, I've talked about partnerships, I've talked about hiring, I've talked about offices and everything, all the costs that you may need to start the business. After we've gone to the key resources, now you look at the channels. What channels do I need for my business to be known? Is it social media? Do I need to hire someone for social media? Do I need to shout across newspapers and the like? There was a company last year that was doing oxygen. At the height of COVID, yeah? They shouted in the newspapers that they are doing oxygen. Shouted. When you go to the ground, things are different. They are setting up. They are setting up. But everybody knew the only company, when at the height of COVID, the only company that could do oxygen and is doing it well is this company. So funders, investors, there's an investor from the US wanted to give them a lot of money. Came to the ground, they don't even have equipment. It's just an idea. It is just an idea. So you have to figure out, how do I want to reach my customers? What channels am I using to promote this? Do I want to use word of mouth? That is the easiest, yeah? So it means treat my first client very well so that they can speak to the second client, so that they can speak to the third client, yeah? That is almost zero cost for me because I only needed to do good client service, right? Yes. Then you look at the key partners that you need. In your logistics company, so what are you moving? That is the question, yeah? In Nyama, in the Nyama business, where are you getting the meat from? Yeah? What are you moving? Where are you getting real estate? Who do you need? Do you need are you doing agency? Are you doing sales? Do you need the homeowners? Do you need the customers? What kind of partnerships do you need? And when you look at this, the first thing that comes to you is relationships. Build your relationships very tightly, yeah? Money does not matter in this world. The only thing that we take in this world, when you die, the obituary is usually, if you look at those obituaries, they don't say how much you owned. They say where you worked, yeah? Your children, your family, your brothers, your sisters, right? What matters most and what we shall take from here, from this world, is the relationships that we keep, yeah? And these relationships are the ones that open doors. And these are the people that, there's a saying, you're as rich as your network. So keep your networks very tight, yeah? And when you look at these partnerships, the one thing that I learned is not everybody is privy to your energy, yeah? Especially when you're building a business, not everybody is privy to your energy. And your friends, I have learned, your friends might never buy from you. Never, ever. You might actually get more customers from strangers than people who know you. Yeah? So focus on that. Don't focus on the people who are around you. Focus on people who are around you mostly, they usually look at you so that they can, for you to fail, I said that, for you to fail so that they can say, and tulimwambia. When I quit my job in 2019 and started the company, I didn't tell people until 3 months later. I didn't even tell, especially my mother. She was like, for 3 months, you have not been working. You tell me every day you're going to work. What work? Yeah? Because she's a teacher. So what is her preference? Go to school, go to a good school, yeah? Get a good job. She's been a teacher she's retiring in the next 2 years. So she's been a teacher for the longest. Her line of work, she just knows waking up, going to the employer, giving her best and going back home. Bare minimum. Do not dream beyond. Yeah? So for me, dreaming beyond, because I even told my brothers, I'm the only girl, the last born. So you can imagine how protective they are, yeah? So I told them, the brother that I follow, 1 month after I quit, remember we are living in the same house at that time. But I wake up every day going to work. Yeah? But I'm going to build, I go sit in Java, buy coffee and start building my company profile from scratch. Yeah? Then 1 month later, I tell them, by the way, I quit. I am working on this company, and they're like, what do you mean? Where will you get your rent from? Nini, 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 nini. So all through, they have been waiting for you to fail so that they can come in and tell you, by the way, now look for a job. Yes. So always make sure that the partners that you're keeping around you are people who feed into your energy, complete into your energy. Whatever you want to do, they align to you, they align to your business, they give you the best that they can, yeah? And don't look at, as I said, not everybody around you will support you, yeah? Then you look at the cost structure. What is the cost structure of building that business? Whatever that you need, if it's real estate, how do we need to start? How much money do we need? Think about it now other than later before you start the business, yeah? Think about it now. And as I said, keep the costs minimum, yeah? Most of the time you actually even bootstrap. One of the same company, the same tech company that we are working with, when we told them to, because we are doing their business model, yeah? And I told them to give me the employee costs. They gave me employee costs, so it's the CEO, like there are 3, but their salaries at the end of the month, whatever they are paying themselves. Remember, it's their business, yeah? Whatever they are paying themselves at the end of the month is amounting to 3.5 million per month. So I was like, hey, ata hamna brand, you know, you don't even have a logo. That is the time you're supposed to be feeding into your company because you're paying it forward. It's delayed gratification. You're putting in as much money right now. Say that you're not going to pay yourself for the next 2-3 years, and then you'll start harvesting from it, yeah? The moment it's known, in 2022, Vasily will be paying me a very good salary. At the moment, it is not, yeah? It's giving me the bare minimum. But I'm feeding into it, yeah? Until such a point where when I say I am earning 6 figures from the company, I am actually earning 6 figures from the company. So look at the cost structure that you need, and then the revenue streams. Something very important. How are you going to make money from this business? And it is tied to the cost structure. I go back to the Nyama business, yeah? It cost me, I was delivering meat twice a week, Fridays and Wednesdays. So I used to drive to Dagoretti, get the meat, spend a whole day, literally, getting the meat in the morning because you have to get quality meat. I was packing it, so in a katakata, in a kg, then pack it, and then deliver in the afternoon. By the time I get home, remember it's curfew hours, yeah? That time. By the time you get home, you are so tired. The car is smelling of meat. You're smelling of meat. The only thing you want to do is shower and sleep. I haven't eaten the whole day. So wake up the next day. I need to focus on Vasily. I realized it's taking too much time, yeah, and too much energy out of me, such that I'm not focusing on my core business, which is Vasily. So I decided in December, let me take a hold on it until I can figure out a few things. Delivering meat was good because it was keeping me busy and everything on days where the business was slow. However, I need to figure out a few things. What are the few things? First, logistics, how I'm going to get the nyama from Dagoretti, and then how I'm going to deliver it to the customers. So you need to figure out, and how I'm going to make money, because sometimes the profit that you make, given the costs that were involved and the time that was involved, does not make sense at all. Does not make sense. So you need to figure out everything to the latter when it comes to the revenue. And I think I've finished my presentation. Questions? Yes. So now I want us to go back. I'm going to show you how business model canvas looks like. Remember, there were 9 pillars that we're looking at here. We're looking at the value proposition, the customer segment, the key activities, the key resources, channels, customer relations. Yes, customer relations, I mentioned it when it came to the customer segments. key partners, cost structure, and the revenue. Yeah? So I want us to go back to our groups. Yes, it was the last part. Yes. And you need to keep accounts, book of accounts for your business. Do not, when it comes to the revenue streams, when you spend money for business, for personal use, please account for it. Yeah? When you spend, when you put in your personal money as well into the business, please account for it, everything, so that you can see whether it's how it's balancing out. Sawa sawa? Yeah. So yesterday you said something interesting. Out of the 50 bob that was displayed, you said you would spend it to go and you spend it as fare to go and sell an idea. Just expound for me. What idea? What idea came at the top of your head? From that, yes.
There are people who are finance.
Mm-hmm.
They lack ideas.
Mm-hmm.
So supposing you, for instance, there are people who are ready to finance an idea.
Mm-hmm.
So supposing you went to rather put, just like a proposal,
Mm-hmm.
you just decide to go and meet people, whether a financial institution,
Mm-hmm.
you explain to them your idea, then maybe you get the funding.
Okay. But remember, when it comes to financials, especially because now I speak for the different ends, yeah, they never give you money until they have seen you have put in effort as well. You have put in effort in terms of the idea, bringing it into fruition a little, and also a little bit of your money, yeah? Because that is, for them, it's 100% risk. They would rather just, employ someone to do the idea, yeah? Why would they give you the money? That is the question. And that is where it comes to the value proposition, everything. So now we have the business idea that we have. In groups, we go back to the groups. Yeah? As we look at the second last, I think. Yes. So this is how a business model canvas looks like. The value proposition, the customer segment, the channels, the key activities, the customer relationship, key resources, key partners, cost structure, and the revenue. Yeah? So I want us to draw one person who is the CEO of your company. See? Partnerships again. We are going back to partnerships, the people you get around you. In each company, there has to be a leader. Yeah? So the one thing that I was struggling with when it comes, you can be the business, the idea carrier, but you really don't have to be also the CEO. Yeah? A lot of people want to tie founder, CEO titles. Titles don't make sense sometimes. Sometimes what makes sense is how you're implementing the idea. One of the companies I was working for, the CEO said once, we were seated in a group. The company was big, like 500 employees. And then he was asked, what is your goal for in the next 2 years? And he said he doesn't want to be CEO. He is the founder of the company, but he said he doesn't want to be CEO. And everybody was like, because there were a lot of interns and young people, and they were like, what do you mean? I mean, that's the title that everybody craves for. Yeah? He said, if I can get someone to succeed me and run the company with the same idea, with the same goals, I am okay being at the back. Yeah? And that is one thing that we need to realize. Apple, the phone manufacturing company, yeah? The founder also became CEO and at some point even resigned. Microsoft, Bill Gates, owns only 1% of Microsoft at the moment. Is he the CEO? Only 1% with all his wealth. Yeah? So you don't have to own everything in the company. You don't have to be... when you're starting and when you're bootstrapping, yes, you have to be the cleaner, you have to be the messenger, you have to be everything. Yeah? And you have to be the face of the company. That's something that I struggled with as well, because my communications team kept telling me there is no way this brand is going to be known without a face to it. But I wanted continuity of the brand without me being known. Yeah. So they know Vasily, and I think this is the time they are getting to see the faces behind Vasily. But they knew Vasily before they knew the faces. But what that means to me is, if someone else comes and I say they're capable of running the company, I would rather own 1% of $1 million company than 100% of 1,000 shillings company. Yeah? Sawa. So don't hold on to titles as much. It doesn't make sense. Is your business making money? Is it making sense? Are you an entrepreneur? Are you satisfying? What is an entrepreneur? It is someone who sees a problem and wants to solve it. Sometimes in terms of profit and sometimes for social purposes. Yeah. But in the end, we also want to look at our pocket. We are selfish. You want to look at the revenues. So if it's not making sense, as what I said earlier, don't get attached to too many things, not titles, don't get attached to it. Move on very fast. Sawa? Yes, so we go back into our groups. For the next 5 minutes, I want us to do the value proposition of our business idea, the customer segment, the channels, the key activities, the revenue. And when you're looking at the value proposition, we're also looking at what the competitors are doing. Sawa? Because I will ask questions. So in this case, I am an investor. I will invest in the company or in the business that I feel has answered the questions, all the questions. Sawa? Yes. Now we go back into our groups. It is hot. Simtoe sweater. It is so hot.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're done? How many more minutes? No, not minutes. 4 seconds. No, we don't have time. We don't have time. Imagine you're in front of an enemy. Let me tell you what happens in front of an enemy. They give that team the maximum. You're that smart. Thank you. I can never be a teacher to save my life. Thank you. So yes, where we have reached, because we are not being given marks, we are just going to get an investor who is going to come in. If you convince me, yes, we shall invest in the idea. If you don't, miss out. But now, for now, I want us I want Jeremiah to talk to us about his entrepreneurship journey. And then after that, we shall go to the groups again, and one person, just one person, will give us the full idea. You don't have to read word by word. You can just summarize it as, this is the business idea, this is the value proposition, this is why customers will buy from us, this is how much it will cost for us to set up. We don't need an office, we need an office and all that. Sawa? All right, Jeremiah.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon. Or is it still morning? No, it's afternoon. Hello. You already set up your enterprises, the Ng'ombe and the Kahawa Limited. So my name is Jeremiah Kutanya. I'm also a social entrepreneur. Entrepreneurship is a bit of going into business. There's also the bit of social entrepreneurship, like community-based organization, NGOs. Starting social entrepreneurship because you invest a lot of capital, a lot of energy, and also partnership and all those other elements are key. So I will share my life experience in social entrepreneurship, because in other people, you say I'm an entrepreneur, they think you have a big business at home, supplying meat or supplying kahawa, but there's also that element of social entrepreneurship. So I work for a community-based organization called Pastoralist Integrated Concerns, abbreviated as PICO. It's a community-based organization. So I just share a little about how PICO came about. So, first of all, I'm an industrial chemist by profession. Chemistry. I did an undergraduate in chemistry. But I've always been passionate about community work. Back in 2012, when I was in first year in campus, I enrolled to a club called Rotary Club of our university, and we used to do a lot of community activities, cleanups. Sometimes tunaguzwa tu, tunaenda to certain community, we plant trees. So that instilled me, or rather perpetuated the passion in me to give back to the community. So at some point in second year, I almost changed the course, but unfortunately it wasn't possible because I was admitted through the Joint Admission Board. So when you're in second year, it will be very hard for you to change. They will not have what we call the interfaculty or even intervarsity transfer. The window was closed. So I reluctantly continued with the chemistry until I finished. So in 2012, with other like-minded guys, we started a community-based organization, a youth group for that matter, called Enlighters Youth Initiative. So the aim of it was to try to address issues that are affecting the community. We come from Magadi. Magadi borders Tanzania on the southern part, borders Narok on the western part, and it borders Tanzania on the other side, because Tanzania tends to take some sharp corner at the boundary. Yeah, in Magadi there's a sharp corner, so it has stretched all the way to Loitoktok. So we borders a lot of communities, different setups. So there are a lot of, being a rural area, there are a lot of challenges. Scarcity of water, illiteracy level, and all those other challenges inherent to pastoralists and rural setups. So the intention of starting up that youth group was try to enlighten the community. That is why we call it Enlighters, to enlighten the community on what we can do as a community without even sourcing for resources or other ideas, because they say you are the best person to solve your own problem. So we went through it from 2012 November, and then a lot happened between 2012 and 2019. We had several members quitting because of the dynamics, the group dynamics. You know, the group dynamics that has to go, say that it has to, any group has to go through 4 stages. The formation, the storming, where you'll fight because you don't understand why you formed that entity. And then the norming, where you now sit down. Those few who have remained sit down and norm or make some rules. You know, guys, let us stop this, let us go this way. And then now we go to the performing group, performing stage, which now performing stage is, I can put it as now where we are as pastoralist integrated concerns as a community organization. So we managed a few things. We managed to conduct a lot of mentorship programs, because we are the allies of the community. We go to schools, we give motivation talks, we mentor young people, and then also we are also passionate about environment. We do a lot of tree planting. Yes, and then until 2019, we decided to change the outfit from a self-help group to a community-based organization. remember what Ross, I hope I'm not wrong, Ross said, that at some point you need to think about your capacity as an organization or as a business. Self-help group has its own challenges, or rather limitations. Most of the donors, most of the partners don't trust self-help groups because of their capacity. They lack structures, they lack systems, all right? So you'll have to take an outfit or upgrade to a level where you are able to confidently say, I can engage in a partnership with donor YX or partner YX, and you can, run a partnership. So in 2019, January, we changed the outfit to a community-based organization. Of course, a few challenges came our ways, and just to mention a few, one is the sustainability or self-reliance was a challenge because we rely on donation too much, especially social entrepreneurs. Ukisikia CBO, NGO, they are busy writing proposals, and that is not sustainable because during COVID, most of the donors pulled out, and that will bring the organization to its knees. Or even, I remember when Trump became the president of United States, he came with a lot of policies on donations. So self-reliance or sustainability is a quite challenge. And then confrontation of skepticism and hardship from the community that you serve. Imagine the community you try to serve, wao wenyewe hawakuamini. They tend to be a problem because they come with a lot of expectation, they come with a lot of beliefs, they come with or you might even, your work might contravene their traditions. Like us, we do campaign against FGM, which is a cultural practice. So once you say that, you'll go head on with the community. So that is another challenge. And then also no salaries. I mean, you have staffs, this is finance manager, this is the executive director, but with zero pay slip at the end of the month. How sustainable is that? Imagine you are a staff of company X, but you are not paid. It will become very hard to sustain very qualified staffs because you have no pay. And then also there's that nature of preemptive aspects where you try to address issues, try to predict and address creatively future problems. You address issues that you think will come along in future. Like for example, climate change. We are talking that, we are saying that in the next couple of years, the issues, the environmental issues, if we don't take action, things will be worse. That is a predictive kind of aspect. And most of the social entrepreneurs look into the future, look at 10, even 100 years to come. And in most cases, that becomes hard. It may not make sense in most of partners. You go to explain about climate change in the next 20 years. And people are talking about now and COVID. They don't know what 100 years will be. So let's talk about now. So that is another very big challenge. And then also, unlike business entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs often address hypothetical, unseen, or less researched issues. For example, we are talking about FGM, for those who come from the Maasai community. There are several research that have tried to explain why Maasais conduct or carry out FGM, but still they have not settled on what exactly are the causes of that practice. So in most cases, social entrepreneurs try to address hypothetical and sometimes less researched topics or issues. And then another thing is lack of system and structures. Sometimes, because of their capacity, for you to put in some structures for you to put some systems in place, there must be some capital, there must be some expertise, there must be some experience. Lack of that is a big challenge to social entrepreneurship. And then vulnerability to the group dynamics, yeah, because we can meet 5 of us and register an organization. In 5 years to come, we'll have taken different kind of paths. As she said, they started 2 of them. In the middle, they stormed. All right? They wakakosana. Same applies to social entrepreneurs. You start, for example, you need not less than 15 people to register a community-based organization. People with diverse thinking, diverse experience, diverse passion. So there is a likelihood that at some point you will disagree. And very few people normally agree to disagree. You disagree, kama mbaya, and then you part ways. So that's a challenge, because if you part ways, the organization will collapse. Then there's that what we call founder syndrome problem. I'm the founder. So what? So not just because you are not performing, you should be there because you are a founder. All right? You are among the 15 who registered the organization, so you are just seated. If a decision need to be made, you cannot make a decision because the founder is not there, the founder syndrome. All that say, however, we managed to make a few wins, which we can proudly say we've overcome most of the challenges. One, we managed to change the outfit, or to upgrade the outfit from a self-group to a CBO, which I've told you what it means for us to upgrade. And then there's been a lot of consistency, passion, and persistency in what we are doing. It's a win, because very few people can consistently do something even despite the challenges. We were able also to crystallize our idea to specific thematic areas. We wanted to do everything. Ati unataka kupeana bursaries, unataka kufanya everything, it's not easy. So we crystallized to a few thematic areas. And then also we were able to put some structures on board, like the board of management, and also some systems. The policies and manuals are now part of us. During COVID, I want to mention something about COVID. Came with a lot of unprecedented scenarios. Like people are now running for their life rather than other people's life. That in a way tends to divert people's attention. And it affected us because there are a lot of reluctancy. The change of plans, a lot of plans were disrupted. And then also the community that we are serving had very low knowledge or very little knowledge about even COVID. Even to date, if you mention about it, people will take it in a different way. And try to address issues amid COVID is a big challenge. Last but not least, because my time is over, there is always hope in what you're doing. I want to tell you, because we are all here for the interest of the community, for the interest of the people we are serving, besides the many challenges that we are encountering, there is always hope. Be consistent, be passionate, or maintain your passion, because sometimes passion changes with the time, and then also persist. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your audience. Thank you.
So, given that it's lunchtime, what we are going to do is, what we have for our businesses, we are going to review them tomorrow. Yeah? So we are going to put them in a PowerPoint kind of presentation, and then we review them tomorrow. So we have more time to think about the business. Sawa. And whether it makes sense. All right? I think now we can go for lunch. Thank you so much for mentioning founders syndrome. Jeremy, thank you so much. That is the one thing that we always have. I am the founder, so I need to be, yes, attached to this company. Sometimes someone told me once, business is meant to be sold. Businesses are meant to be sold. That is how you make money. So customers buy from you, or you can make a business idea and you can sell it to someone else and you move on. The best thing about being a creative and an entrepreneur is you can always dream again. Yeah? Become that daydreamer who is a dangerous daydreamer. Yes. And actualize. Sawa sawa? Yes. So, yes.
Apologies for this. I think we just need to extend a few more minutes. I think we would like to hear Jimmy's side of his entrepreneurship journey, considering that he won the award of the 2019 Young Entrepreneurship Award Marketing category.
That's big thing. Once again, I'll be brief so that we can go for lunch. I tried to put something down together so that at least it can make more sense. And yeah, so I was looking at it. So how my journey started, especially on entrepreneurship, I like to say that it started when I was a young boy. When I bought a chicken, I later bought a condor, how do you call it? A sheep. Then later, I now have cows. But apart from that, what I do is that when I got into campus, I think there were a lot of villagers in our campus, given it was still a young campus. So when I got there, what I used to do during the weekends, I could go to Gikomba. So I was a villager, Munyalishanuka Rak. I'd go there, buy shirts, trousers, come and clean them, iron, then walk. As people were having fun in their hostels, I'd walk through the rooms to sell these clothes. So for example, I'd buy a shirt at 200 shillings in Gikomba, come clean it, iron, and sell it at 700. And I think that time our campus, it was multimedia. I think that then it was still so much in the forest. Those people really bought them. But then it gave me a lot of oomph about doing business. After that, in what I was saying about just being here, being there, one day I made an application. And I didn't know much about it. I just saw it somewhere in a group and I did an application. After making the application, I was called for an interview in Westlands, Jacaranda Hotel. When I went there, I realized that it was a foundation. It was called Mbugua Rosemary Foundation. And this was an entrepreneurship fellowship that was started by the Kenyatta family in honor of the cousin, that was Mbugua, who was killed at Westgate. There was a young man who was killed at Westgate with a girlfriend, and they were the cousins to the president now. So it was a very good fellowship. I did the interview and I joined it because as a young entrepreneur, we'd also started something with someone who we were with in the university. It was called Upekuzi Media, and we were doing a lot of digital marketing and social media stuff. You know, as at then, it was a very cool thing to say that we are doing digital marketing and all that. Now I think many people are doing it. So this company we had started, I went for this interview and I joined this fellowship. And I think it's been a very good thing for me because it opened a lot of networks. It opened a lot of things for me. Trainings, we did a lot of this business canvassing. We did a lot of go-to-market strategies. We did a lot of things. You take a business, you do a lot of things about it. There were a lot of networks. And the best of it all, we were paid to attend this fellowship. So every time we were attending, and of course I was still in my 4th year in university. So every Saturday we'd attend this fellowship and we were being paid. So towards the end of my university, things were a bit good. After that, I finished university. Then, of course, trying to do things here and there. I meet up with a friend, like I said, not long ago, and we started a company called Solitech IT and Marketing. And what we were doing, like I said, it was majorly basic IT, things to do with websites and all that. So how we did it, I meet this guy, he's broke, I'm broke. We are here together. I asked him, dude, what can we do? Then I come up with something, given I was coming from a background of marketing. I share it in my networks. These networks I have. And most of these friends, because at least I'd shown my brand to them, they agreed to this and they really bought into the idea. And we did a lot of websites. I think in a month we'd make even more than 200,000. For young people just out of university, that was good money. Then of course, businesses, they come with challenges. You get somewhere, there's lack of trust because I was doing a lot of marketing and this guy was the engineer behind all this. So you market, someone calls because you have a website, his contact is there. You take this business, do it, get the money, go silent. Then this person gets somewhere and is not satisfied on something. He calls you again. Jimmy, we did this. Why are you not doing this? Then you realize that a lot of things have been happening and you are not on copy. So trust issues come a lot in business. So that happened, and after discussions, we realized that we were not agreeing anymore. So our baby died, untimely death, and we jointly agreed to kill it. After that, I started Nexus. So Nexus, now I went alone. I think another lesson that I did there, that we are not trying to prove a point. So I was trying to prove a point at that point. But so I started this Nexus. I was saying, like, I have done this. I'm the one who did this. I can still do it. Yeah, but then it was good, and I now acquired people under me. Instead of having a partner, I was now having people under me, which was good for a couple of time. And I went into a similar business. Of course, I had a lot of existing clients still, and I pursued these people, and we were doing business with different organizations, different people, and business was getting on well good. And it's out of this Nexus where after, I think, 2 years, there was also, again, this now entrepreneurship award that was happening again. It was held at KICC. It was quite a big thing because, again, we had mentors and a lot of people who really have networks came into this event. And I went through all what they were looking for. They did a lot of interviewing, coming to the office to see the site, all that. And as a finalist, I was with a lady. And as a man, I know that most times when you're left with a lady, you rarely win. We thank God I won. So we thank God I won that. So then, after winning this, of course, it also opened your name to a lot of people. At times, you do something in a small way, then something comes na inalipuka, if there's such a word. So it opened my connections to a lot of people. Then one day, I was approached by a guy from GE. GE is one of the big corporates in America. That's General Electric. They have an office here in Kenya. And they wanted to do a software. And of course, I knew the capacity of the team that I have. We were doing majorly websites, basic softwares. What they want was quite an integrated system, something big. And I knew that even the qualifications of my company and the capacity of my team were not able to deliver this. So I had a friend who was also, we were in the same university, was slightly ahead of me. He was also working somewhere in Nigeria. He had left that job and came to Kenya, and they were just starting up a company. And of course, they were a team of techies. So I went and explained for them this business, and we agreed to work together in partnership. But as I was explaining to them this, kumbe, they were looking at someone to recruit. So that was now Upkins. So they were looking for someone to recruit. And then I was coming from an environment where I was looking at it that previously I've been doing this small business, but then there's an opportunity again. I was realizing that there are these big businesses in software. But then, of course, it comes with a lot of things for you to do. Let's say, here you see that we are doing a business of, let's say, a website at 15,000 or a small system at 200,000. But then now what these people are proposing, you find that it's a software that can go for 10 million, it can go up to 50. It's a bigger thing. So I learned something in my entrepreneurship journey, and I decided to take time, because as I was talking to them about this GE business, they called me back again, and they said, Jimmy, we are starting this company and we are stuck somewhere. We'd like you to come and help us with the marketing part of it. So, and they gave me an offer. So I said, let me think about it. I took time to think about it. Then later, it was a good deal. I thought about it, and I found myself working with them. But then another thing I found that was necessary is that at times you have to jump from the small ship to the big ship, because sometimes what starts you there must not get you there. It's a journey. So I was getting to a place where I was seeing that the kind of struggle, actually, as I've been in this business, I realized that the kind of struggle you take to follow a business of 15,000 is the same struggle you go through to follow a business of 3 million. So it's you to choose where you want to put your struggle. So I chose my struggle, and I was putting this to them. We started a department. We've now grown the marketing team to a team of more than 10 people. And it's been a journey. I consider myself as a marketer, you're always an entrepreneur, because as an entrepreneur, you innovate, you come up with a lot of solutions to existing problems. So it's from that I came now, we are selling softwares, ERP systems, majorly with government. You know, government majorly is through tendering processes. The challenges that come with it, a lot of corruption, a lot of things that are heartbreaking. But what I know is that as an entrepreneur, even if you are here, if I was to reverse engineer and even take this same concept there at Nexus, it would still work. And even if I'm to work with them, by the end of the day, when you close a business, there's always a very good thing for you. So some of the lessons I wanted to share about entrepreneurship is, one is develop a thick skin. There are businesses you follow until you know that you've closed it. There are a lot of things that goes into following a business. You have to, at times, buy a lot of lunch, at times buy many other things. Then you get somewhere where you think that you have the business, and then you realize it's gone. So you have to develop a thick skin where you don't care what people think and what people say, and the losses that come with it, you can take them. Because at times you already know that you've already won this business and you've estimated that if I sell this 20 million, at least I'll be having a 4 million here. Then you get somewhere where you think you're just having it and it's gone. So that happens a lot. Heartbreaks happen a lot when you're in business. You have to have a thick skin. Then be versatile, be willing to change. Because I was coming from an environment where much as this what I was doing was good, but you realize that it was small. Like I've said, when you are following that small thing, the same energy you use and the same stress those people give you is the same stress that the bigger thing will give you. So be versatile. If you see there's an opportunity for you to change, to learn something new, be willing to dive there. Because at times you find that you've not learned something yet, but if you become versatile, you can dive there and be able to learn that thing that is happening. If you are running a CBO and you've been doing something, but then something comes up when that draws a lot of interest, be willing to dive there and learn as you continue to do it. So being versatile, I think, is very important. And then another thing is never for the money. At times, people get into business to say that you get into business and you look at the money that you want to make. Most times what we do, you just do it for love because you realize that it's your purpose, almost a purpose on earth. Because when you do it for money, most times you end up hurting because there are days you wake up and you say, this month I must make this amount, and it hurts you so much when you don't make it. But if you just love the process, all these things continue just coming and you just see them coming, and over time you connect the dot backwards and realize, oh, wow, this could happen. Then another thing is be willing to start small. Many people want to see the big person saying the big ideas and doing the big things like what they're doing. But most times we are not told the small struggles that they go through. People don't tell you how many nights they went without sleeping, how many pitches they went and they were rejected, how many businesses they tried to follow and they lost. Most times people don't tell you about that. But be willing to start small wherever you are with whatever you have. You must not have a big office to start. You must not have it all figured out. You just start small. And I believe that ends my presentation. I think I also wanted to say about it's better to be a small fish in an ocean than a big fish in a fish pond. Because at times I could stick with that small thing where it looks like I'm making, I'm a big person in that sector, yet this market segment is very small and the margins you can make are very limited. So it's better when you jump into a bigger place where even if you sell 2 businesses in a year or 3, you've already made a big traction than in this small place where you would sell 1,000 businesses, which is near impossible, but still you cannot get here. So always be willing to be in an environment that is bigger than you, where you can expand, where you can grow, rather than looking at an environment where you dominate, and most times it can be mega. I thank you all.
during their early lives. So we have said that they can be either positive or negative. So whatever we do, whatever we talk, whatever we tell our children, or any other child, maybe you are a teacher out there or a church school teacher, what do you tell those children out there? Personally, I'm very careful with children. And what makes me this maybe sensitive? Kama kuna kitu ninaogopa ni watoto. You see a child, kamtutu kadogo hapa, unakaona tu ni kadogo. Wewe ongea tu vile unataka tu. Ambia huyo mtoto vile unataka. But remember, this child is growing. Today you tell that child one thing. You know, you abuse this child. You molest this child just because they are vulnerable, forgetting that this child is growing. So you never know what will come up of this child. Na huyu mtoto wakati atakuwa mkubwa, sijui tutakuja kuambia nini. Wewe vitu ulifanyia ukiwa mtoto si unavikumbuka? Na mbona sisi tunafanya vitu tukifikiria wengine watu waigro? Okay? Let us take care of these children. If we really want their mental health status to be right. Sisi tukitoka hapa, sisi sio watu wale watakuwa na contribute, sisi tunafinyilia watoto. Okay? Are we together? Yes. So, factors known to increase the risk of developing mental health conditions include, tutaenda haraka haraka, limited social support or connections, then substance use. And I want us to underline substance use. Kama unaandika, highly underline that. Hiyo nitaiangalia kando. Underline that. Substance use / addiction. Hiyo nitaangalia baadaye. Haya, violence, which is physical, emotional, and sexual violence, persistent socioeconomic pressures, exposure to adverse events, especially in childhood on a large scale like natural calamities, all that, stressful work conditions, stigma, and discrimination, e.g. gender, discrimination, social exclusion, among others, and health. Let's move at least first. Okay, physical ill health and some infections. That one we cannot be able to, to prevent ourselves from. These are things that just happen to us. Because we said, when we are suffering from mental illnesses, they are just illnesses like any other, okay? Like people have diabetes. So we understand them. Watu wa diabetes, na kama kuna watu ninaheshimu ni watu wale wako na hiyo condition. Watu wa diabetes wakienda mahali, like here, they will tell you, I don't take sugar because I'm diabetic. Me just love them. The way they come out clearly. But when we know we have issues with mental health, ukijua kuna kitu inaendelea ndani yako, saa zingine, it's like we don't want to talk about it. I don't know why. It's because of stigma. Thank you, my sister. Because of the stigma. I want us, maybe from today, try and overcome this stigma. Because mental illness is an illness like any other. Kuna watu wengine wako na heart conditions. Si ndio? Ama mtu mwenye hana mguu hapa hata ingia kwa hii room hana mguu moja. Si wanatembea tu na life inaendelea. Kwa hivyo wacha kuona mtu kwa barabara. Kama maybe they're walking naked. Or maybe ni hawa watu wa hii condition tunaita bipolar. There are people who find themselves with those mood swings. Okay? Wakati mwingine unapata mtu ako tu chini. What does chini mean? Chini, kuwa chini inamaanisha huyu mtu ako too gloomy. You find somebody is just angry. You find somebody is just sometimes mostly crying. They feel bad about themselves. They feel bad about things that surround them. Feeling bad about, many things, and they're just down. Wacha wakakae. Tusonge kwa hii pole nyingine ya juu. unawapata tena wako huko, hiyo kitu tunaita mania. Okay, and they are so happy, they are so excited with everything, with everybody, and you can imagine saa zingine we do not understand this kind of people. Fulani anakuanga. I want us to open our eyes from today and get to understand that some of these things are very serious, by the way, very serious, and these guys need a lot of support from us. Okay? Yes, it is from us. Let us continue. Twende specific. Yes, let us talk about the stigma and discrimination. Yes, talk openly about mental health, such as sharing on the media platforms and through social media. Educate yourself and others, dispel myths and misconceptions or negative comments by sharing facts and experiences. Be conscious of language. Remind people that words matter. Show compassion for those with mental illness. Kuna notes natafuta. Ebu tuende nani Brayo, twende. Yes, no, twende juu. Yeah, let us get to understand. Yes, unit 2. Yes, we want to look at some common mental health disorders. Okay? Yes. Ngapi tumesikia depression? Ngapi tumesikia depression? Hata mmekuwa depressed. Unajua kuna mtu ambaye kuwa depressed na hajawahi jua kama anakuwa depressed. Haya, wangapi tumesikia anxiety? Wangapi tumesikia bipolar? Schizophrenia and psychotic disorder? Schizo. Tunajua? Tunaita mostly schizo. Okay. Substance use. Mungu anisaidie nipate time ya hiyo. Developmental, emotional and behavioral conditions in children and adolescents. Suicidal behavior. Self-harm. Dementia. This is what tumesikia. Yes. Now, I don't want to talk much on this. On depression, let us go to anxiety, please. Anxiety, and I would like to invite our Kwandi on the floor to share with us an experience she has had in life concerning this. Karibu sana mami.
Hello everyone. Hello. My name is Gakwandi Ariane. I am from Rwanda, and I'm the founder and the managing director of Hope Mentorship Program. It's a great honor to be here and sharing my story on the mental health life experience. And as she was saying about anxiety and depression, I remember 2013 to 2015. No, 2013, 2014 there. That was the very quiet, difficult year in my life because of this. I was dealing with anxiety disorder and also panic attacks. And the cause of this was because of my trauma in the past. I normally tell people, you will never wake up in the morning, you are depressed or you have anxiety. There is a root cause of what is happening to you right now. So me, when I was dealing with that anxiety and fear, I didn't know what was happening to me. I remember, this is to say that I lost my parents when I was 5 years old. And after losing my both parents, my mom and my dad, as I stand here, I don't know who is my mom and my dad because when they died, I was still small. I don't have any memories of them. So I grew up with such a kind of fear of wondering, where did I come from? Who am I? You know, those kind of questions every young girl can ask or any young person can ask. And after I was adopted with another family, whereby, like the way she was saying, I was abused physically and emotionally. I worked in a bar when I was 13 years old. And due to that, that affected my education. That affected my low self-esteem. As she was saying, to be honest, before I could not stand in front of people and speak. That's how tough it was. And living with that family for almost 14 years with them, you can imagine being abused for 14 years, you don't have peace. Let me tell you, having the peace of mind is very important. For me, I never knew what peace is, because it's a kind of place you will stay and ask yourself, what have I done today? Am I going to be chased out? Am I going to be beaten today? You see, the moment you see because I used to live with one of my family, the moment they're coming home, I would have that panic. The fear comes from your heart up to, you hear your heart is beating from your head. So that trauma of my past, that's what I carried through, because, in Rwanda we didn't have any counseling, where you can talk about what you're going through. Because even I was so shameful to share what I was going through. How are you going to tell your friend that you walk in a bar? How are you going to tell your friend that you're being abused at home? You see? So it was like I kept everything within myself. But one thing that changed my life during that season, when I was 15 years, I remember I was in high school. It was during the crusade, and one pastor came in school and he was preaching. And during that time, for me, I was so tired. I don't know if you are here, you have ever felt like you're tired. I was so tired of keeping everything within. Tired of being abused, tired of those kind of questions that you can't get answers. So I remember after when the pastor preached, I told myself, I think Jesus that he's preaching right now, he may have the answer of the question that I have in my heart. So when I was 15 years old, I gave my life to Christ. And to be honest, that was the way out. Because when I started my relationship with God, it started as a father and a daughter. Because that was the only way I could share what I was going through. Because to be honest, I was scared to share what I was going through with anybody. So for me, I used to go for prayers, not because like the way other people, in high school, the way you are being forced to go for prayers. For me, it was like, it's the way out of going to speak out what I'm going through. And I will tell God, God, I don't know what to do. I'm in pain. I'm scared. Help me. So for me, it was the way out of coping mechanism on how I can deal with my pain. So you may ask yourself, how did you come to Kenya? So I came in Kenya in 2013. And for me, I was that kind of person who was focused. I was ready to do anything to accomplish my dream. So I came in Kenya looking for a house help job. And I am a born-again Christian. I am dealing with anxiety, panic attacks. Nobody knows. Even while I was still chasing my dream, that was one thing that was like, it was like a barrier. I want to do something, but the moment I want to do it, I feel like I'm scared. Because I could look back where I'm coming from, the trauma, and remember the things I've been talking about. They used to tell me things. I was the stupid person. I will never accomplish anything. There's when the day one person called me, I'm a dead person. You're still alive, but someone still call you a dead person. So those are the things I used to deal with, but I have never opened up to anybody, only in prayer. So when I came in Kenya, I was looking for a house help job because I was ready to do anything to accomplish my dream. And for sure, God says that I'm the father to the orphan. He will never come, but he will send his own people. God sent angels in my path. To be honest, there is a Rwandese family. They used to be a neighbor to my parents. So they used to live in Senegal, but they moved here in Kenya. So when they heard that I came here in Kenya, they look for me and they say, we want to adopt you and pay for your school fees. So to be honest, I can still recall that day. It was in 2013 in April. This family told me, we are going to adopt you, pay for your school fees, anything you want, we'll give you. God has changed my life. But I have something I deal with I can't talk about. I am loved at home. God has completely changed my life. From the house help to university. I was doing my Bachelor of Computer Science here in Catholic University. But I was dealing with something that I can't talk about. Mental health
mental illness can kill you while you're sitting with someone and think that you're okay. I remember the first time I had a panic attack. I went to pick my passport, and one person asked me, when did your parent die? Like, they were asking me about information about my parent. To be honest, I don't remember the next word he spoke. My mind was completely went. Like, I was so scared. I couldn't even stand. Because the moment the panic attack comes, you can't think, you can't do anything. The only thing that you're seeing is that you're going to die. And I'm here with my sister. We are happy. I go to school in Kenya. Somebody from Rwanda in that village. But I can't enjoy life. I don't have peace. The moment you say that in Rwanda you want to go to see a cancer is because you are a rich person. I wasn't rich. So I kept quiet. I did not tell my sister what I was going through. And then I came back to Kenya. And every time I could sit in class like this, I would, like, having those kind of fear start in my legs until it come inside in the head. You are not settled. And you still laugh with other people. People think that you are okay. You know, that's the worst things of mental illness. We walk with people, and the next thing you hear, someone has committed suicide, and you're just laughing with them. So it reached on the point I got tired. I wasn't focusing in class. I wasn't doing anything. And one day I entered in my room, I told God, you changed my life. I even thought that I would even go to school in a very nice university like this. God, I just need healing. And I told myself, I'm going to start this journey of healing. It's between me and God. And I remember while I was praying, they had to keep telling me, go and speak to someone. Go and speak to someone. I remember after the prayer in the morning, I went to school and I went for counseling. I know many schools have those counseling centers. So I went, the first session I went to share my story. Let me say this. The moment I started speaking about my parents, how they died, I couldn't even continue. I was scared to death. And that's when my therapy told me, you know what? We have to deal with this. You have to reach on the point, you share your story, and you're not scared. And to be honest, up to this date, I thank for my therapy because she helped me to come out in a way that I can speak out what I went through. And that's the reason why I'm here. First of all, I thank God because let me tell you guys, you may have a therapist, you may go for counseling, but if you don't trust and have hope in God, it's quite difficult. Because for me, the only way mechanism for me to cope with what I was going through was to have faith that one day I'll be able to overcome the fear and the trauma that I went through in the past. So for me, that's what I went through, in the short summary of my story. And all the things I have gone through, I didn't know where it was taking me. Sometimes your pain may connect you to your purpose. Sometimes your greatest pain may give birth to your greatest blessing. And through everything I have gone through, I came out with a book called How to Cope with Life Challenge. Because of the things I have gone through, I want to help young people learn how to cope with life challenge. Because let me tell you, because you have heard my story, I did not wake up with panic attacks. I did not wake up with anxiety. It's something that it has the root. It's something that has been keep on happening in my life, but I didn't have anybody to share with. So that's the reason why I wrote this book, so that I can help young people learn how to cope with life challenge by using my own story. That's the reason why I launched this book last Sunday. And when I was invited in this conference to speak to you guys, I said I will bring this book. And those who will want to buy the book, they can buy, because I for sure believe that God can use my pain to give hope to somebody else. Because challenge will always be part of our life. Because I remember even in 2017, after finishing school, I went through depression because of looking for a job. I wasn't getting a job. Have you ever applied for 65 jobs, you don't get anything, scholarship, nothing, until I got depressed because I could compare myself with the people we went together to school, and I'm like, I'm nothing. I will never accomplish anything.
So the things I have gone through in my life, I said I cannot keep it to myself because I know sometimes what I'm going through, somebody else is going through it. So I want to share this experience with somebody so that we may learn how to cope with life challenge. Because the moment you will learn how you can cope with changes in your life, you will reach far. Because how you cope with challenge in life is going to determine the far you're going, the things that you're going to accomplish in your life. So I will say that's my story. Thank you so much. And the book goes for 500. I will stay behind. Those who want to get the copy, they can get it. Thank you so much.
Wow, let's appreciate her. Okay, now from what she has just said, when we're talking about mental health, in most of these cases, you only have to open up and talk. Okay? When we have got maybe other health conditions, like we talk about the kidneys, we talk about the heart and other organs of our bodies, at least you can be taken to a theater, your chest can be opened, and daktari can get there and know what to do to correct whatever is wrong with your heart. But unfortunately, it does not happen like so when it comes to mental health. And for us to learn and embrace this, I would also like to invite someone else, Christopher, to tell us about his story. Christopher, you're welcome.
Hey guys, I hope I'm audible. Can guys at the back hear me? Okay, I had people clapping for me. I had some clapping. See, you can clap for me before I start my session. So, my name is Christopher Kamula. I don't want to say my names are. I'm a student in the University of Nairobi, as it should be. I'm pursuing medicine. So, I've struggled with a mental health condition called ADHD. It's called Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder. It's currently called ADD, Attention Deficit Disorder. So, let me begin with my story. It all started when I was young. I would go to primary, and then I would just feel myself physically. I'm in class. I would have trouble concentrating. And my performance was not that good. But to me, I'm like, it's school is boring. I can't wait for 5 to fika so that I do what? I get home. And then struggle to wake up at 5 in the morning, go back to school, same cycle goes on, look forward to the weekend on Friday, do what you want. And then I also had a challenge of doing homework. I don't know if other people have also gone through that. So to me, I took it normal, but my parents were like, apana, huyu anafaa kufanyiwa kitu. So I ended up being given a tutor to help me in school. So the tutor actually helped me, and they were like, okay, let me just motivate you because you're just a fast learner. So because I wouldn't pay as much concentration in class, at least the tutor will be in school and be like, okay, so this is what's supposed to be done, and then the tutor is making things easier for me. So most of my primary work actually, like a tutor had to help me. And I wasn't realizing myself. And yet people are performing, people will do books. I mean, you know how primary school was. You'd cram answers because it was choices. Come to composition, cram those good expressions and the inches and the medallies. It's good. So I thank God at least I got over primary, and I had to accept myself and tell myself, by the way, so now we are going to secondary. I have to up my game. So I went to secondary. It came to a point where now the tendency was going the same. Until now, parents were called for a meeting because performance now, okay, for those people who their performance was really low, at that time, there was a time in my high school when I was in Form 1 actually, a C+ started from 65. So if you got below a C plus, do what? Bring your parent and explain to us why this and this and this is low. So imagine in a class out of 240 something, the only people who have gotten a C plus are above a C plus are like 50. So how many people have to come with their parents? 200 plus, you see, and I'm part of them. So this thing makes you look like, oh my God, I'm so dumb. And me, I've gone there and I had gotten a 60. And then you're trying to show your dad, like, Dad, you know, our grade system is high because an A starts from 90. I mean, me, my grade, like a 60, that could be like, is it a B? I don't know how the grading system is, but a 60 there goes for like a B or a B minor. That's in your. Now me, I felt like I've passed. And then getting a C plus in our school was like, you've passed. Like that's like, you've passed. You've reached the limit. If like in a week you're supposed to work like 60 hours, like when you get that 60, see, you're okay. So C plus was like, C plus, that's enough. But to your parents, they're like, C plus, are you sure? Are you that dumb and I'm taking you to a good school? You see? So now, parents wakasomewa, nikasomewa mbele ya baba yangu, then it makes me look so guilty. Then I went and saw to my dad and I was like, okay, you know what, Dad, I'll give it my best shot. You see? So now I'm in secondary, there is pressure, there is all that. I upped my game. Man, I don't know how I was able to do that, but I thank God I was just able to get to the top 10. And see, come to KCSE, everything went well, I transitioned, and then now I'm in the university. Now in the university, I ended up identifying myself properly and realizing, and I was like, okay, I'm going to uni, and I'm taking a difficult course. Not that difficult, but I have to accept myself that I know I am able to do this and I'm not able to do this and this. So my weakness was concentration. And I was like, that one, because I've been able to work with it in high school, I'll go to university and I'll be able to hack my concentration levels. So at first it was okay, but now continuing on, my concentration went down, and then now because of now like the experience I was going through, my parents had already divorced, and one is giving you strict conditions like don't go and see this one, don't go and see this one. You're just mixed up. And then that time I'm yearning to see one of my parents, and it was just a toxic environment where even my own dad himself was just being misinformed by relatives. And it ended up, actually that thing kind of struggled. I ended up going through that for like 2 years, struggling with a toxic environment and how I'm going to perform, because every time, and then my dad is someone who's strict, like that person who enters that door and you're like, okay, I can't laugh, I can't do this and this and this and this. Like you can sit there like a cabbage, and until he moves out, that's when you can do, you see. It's toxic, you can't do anything, you see. So because of all that, it ended up bringing me down. Like what I was able to do, I could not do that, you see. So now, because I picked myself that I cannot concentrate, it ended up just worsening, to the point of even me realizing like what's close to me, I end up being clumsy. There's a time I was cooking and I was on a phone call, and then now like my family is just stressed because now my dad has heard I've done this and this and this and I've not done it, and then now he's furious with me because I've done it. Like I've sneaked out, someone went and told him so much stuff and it wasn't me, you know. And then I'm in this type of family where I mean with everyone, like you have your aunt, she's like, huyo uwezi mjua, mkatazi asiongee na mama yake, huyo mchukua tu simu yake, usimpeange pocket money mingi. You know that those kind of aunties who do that. And then in their family, they're the ones who like, mtoto wangu ni mzuri, kama ni kwenda club, enda tu, hiyo ina shida. You see, it's ironic. And then here someone is telling you, huyo mtoto wako asikuwa anakanyaga huko nje, wezi jua chenye anaendanga kufanya huko ama analeta wasichana. So people end up misinforming my dad, and I'm like, okay, man, this is just too much. You see, to the point of this actually hindered my performance in university. Like, I had to take a retake. Because now, I ended up not even turning up to class because I'm worried. I'm anxious. I'm depressed. I'm like, manze, can someone really feel me? Because me, I'm really struggling. I'm going through so much. Can someone really feel me? My environment is too much. Get me out of here, man. And then I ended up getting that retake, and I'm like, should I kill myself? And then bury Wanizike and all that, or what do I do? Do I run away? You're confused. You're like, what do you do? Because now see, I've gotten a retake. Do I tell my dad or I don't tell him? You see. So I decided, let's just see. Let me try and see how it ends up going. And man, I ended up not telling my dad. And because I had already taken my retake, I had to go back still. And then the environment is just too much, and I was like, I'm just gonna give it my shot. I don't want to hear what those guys are doing and all that. Let me struggle. I want to move on to my next year. You see? So I had to give it all my all. I had to like block all those people who are toxic, all those ones who are calling you and like, where curfew is 6. Uko happy? Where are you? I'm like, I'm in the library. Please, let me finish. So those toxic people, and like, it's just family. I had to block them. Then from blocking, they are just going and telling my dad, huyo ametuweka kwa blacklist. Kama ni hivyo, chukua tu simu huyo akwange tu anaenda anasoma. You know, people are just informing my dad so much, and then me, I'm just yearning here to see my mom. So I thank God I was able at least to move on to the next year. But still, when I went on, I was still struggling with the same thing. Do you know how I passed those exams? I don't know. I was not able to transnite. I was not able to, but it gets to a point penye unasema, aki, wacha ikuje, nifanye nini? Iishe. You know, unaingia na ile akili yenye uko nayo, you see. And it's just fate yenye inakufanya upite. And I was like, okay, when last year ended, I swore to myself and I said, because I've gone through all that and I'm in a critical point in my year where I have to be serious, I have to be focused, man, I'm gonna be a doctor. I don't want to start Googling and telling you, no, he, or calling people and telling them, you see, I have to be serious. I have to take the bull by its horn. So I thought to myself when we were crossing the year, and I said, when it comes to this year, I have to see a psychiatrist. So when we crossed to 2021, I went and saw a psychiatrist. And the psychiatrist was like, okay, that's fine, I understand you. Let me link you up with a psychologist. The time the psychiatrist was doing some tests on me, she realized like my heartbeat was really fast and my pressure, and she was like, if your nini has been like this, let me give you some meds and then you try and focus. Stop thinking about those things and you have exams and all that. Just try to talk with the psychologist, open up to him, tell him whatever you're going through, and then he'll give you a solution. So I went and met my psychologist called Khalifa. We had sessions, we talked, and then they were able to pick out what I was going through. And they said, okay, from your experience and how you've shared it, this is what you're going through. You're going through something called, you have a condition called ADHD, attention deficit disorder. It's a mental disorder where like it has different types. There is one where like your concentration levels are just too low, so you just have to know within 1 hour my concentration imesha shuka. Unaona? There is this type of ADHD where you just so hyper, you know those people who are just so hyper, impulsive, emotional, like unamwambia kitu anafinyika, ukimwambia tu itakufinya. Huyo anajua huyo anajua tu unafanya nini, utafinywa. Unaona? So mine was this one for now like concentration, and I was like, oh, so that's what I've been suffering. And they were like, yeah, so because of your concentration, try to know yourself, assess yourself, know what you love doing and know what you don't love doing. And I went back to the psychiatrist and she was like, wow, so you've been able to pick that. Okay, let me take your BP and your heart rate. They're like, oh my God, those vitals of yours are just perfect. You see? So I'm like, wow, these people were able to make me know what I was going through. And because I accepted what I was going through, I was able to, I first of all had to boost my self-esteem and be like, okay, Chris, you've already picked out that it's ADHD that you're going through. Just try to know for how long can you concentrate. And then, ka huwezi fanya kitu, usifanye. You know, you're like like a rubber band. A rubber band, you can stretch it to a certain point. Sindio, ikipita hapo inafanya nini? Inakatika. It's also good for you guys as yourself. Try to know yourself. Try to learn yourself. Ujue, ikifika 2-3, ikifika 2-4, I can do this or I cannot do this. You see, also try to build your self-esteem. And with the self-esteem I did, manzi, I was like, with all those sessions of therapy, with the psychologist, the psychiatrist, I was able to do things that I could not do. Manzi, I've pitted exams comfortably. Hata kama ziko online, nimezipita tu sawa. I've also been able to translate. I've never done that in my life. You know, reading the whole night means something I could not do. Ile nilikuwa nasema, okay, kifika 11 nitasoma. Inafika 11, I'm sleepy, I'm like, 1 a.m. 1 a.m. inafika 3 a.m. 3 a.m. inafika, ikuje vile itakuja. Naenda na akili zangu. And it's just faith that brought me. But now this one, I was like, okay, let me go through past papers. Let me try to see if I've retained something. I go through all the night and I'm like, wow, okay, let me go do the exam. And I do my exam comfortably and I'm like, wow, if I was not made aware of whatever I was going through, I couldn't be able to overcome it. And it's just recently. So I just have a few tips to share with you guys from my experience and what I just want to share with you. So, first of all, I don't know if you, okay, all of you guys are kind of big. Most of you are from the 19, Mazalwa 19. I don't know if you've ever watched this cartoon called Courage the Cowardly Dog. Have you guys watched it? Yes. There was this time where now like the dog himself was being taught by a teacher. You remember? And then Courage is being taught how to spell A, B, C, D. And he's a dog. Can he spell it properly? He's saying, bah! Then she's furious. You see, to the point of the teacher is like, you're imperfect. But then it ends up and the dog is being told, you see, you're a dog. And there is no such thing as perfect. With all your imperfections, you can do anything. Sindio? I'm not perfect, you're not perfect. You see, you might have this and this and this, but you can do anything. Someone who, mwenye unasema huyo ako na ADHD, huyo mtu anaweza translate. See, I've told you I've been able to translate, and I've been able to do my exams. With all your imperfections, you can do anything. And then, always try to prioritize your sanity. Your sanity above all. You see those people who are like, informing my dad and telling him this and this and this and this. Those were people who are bringing out my sanity. Like they were making me go crazy. But me, I blocked them. I put them kando. That was a toxic environment. Always do, yani, prioritize your sanity. Jua, me, I want to focus. Me, I want to do this. Block out those things. Also, when you're trying to prioritize your sanity, try to pick out mental blocks. Like, what do you know is going to hinder you? Is it like eating too much? I don't know. Like there are some things which can be mental blocks, like anxiety, depression, peer pressure, like drug abuse or anything that you know is going to hinder you from giving you a good output. Because the whole purpose of mental health is to make you productive, to make sure that you are able to give the best output that you can. You see, and once your sanity is prioritized, definitely your output is just going to be perfect. You see, also, it's always good to look at the end of the tunnel in every situation that you're going through. I've lost friends to suicide. For example, in my high school, I had a friend, okay, let me not mention his name, but we were good friends. And then we used to be in the dining, and during tuition, he would be like, manze, unajua nini? Ukitaka tu ile kifo tamu, fanya nini? Kuja tu na jiko kwa bedroom yako, funga na ulale. Iyo kifo unaenda tu poa. Unafanya nini? Unaenda poa. So we are in high school and we are like, huyo anacheza. You can't do anything like that. It came to 2017, 22nd December. I will not forget that. These days when you want to know someone is dead, what do? Unaenda tu unaona Facebook, unaenda tu unaona kwa WhatsApp story ya mtu. RIP. Then me, I see this guy's photo kwa status ya mtu, and then it's RIP. I'm like, no way. And then I'm like, so huyu amekufa aje? When I make a phone call and I'm being told Ajiko was found in his room, I'm kasema kwisha. People are just giving in the easy way. Carbon monoxide poisoning, unaleta Ajiko. That thing is not. Me, let me tell you, never give in to suicide. Never give in to suicide. Like, what I know even from what I experience is, when you die, obviously go to hell. And even though you give in to suicide, it shows you're not a victor. You don't win. You're weak. Does anyone want to be weak? With all your imperfections, you can do anything. You should not prove to yourself that you're weak. All of us want to be victors. All of us want to be strong. Never give in to those things. Look at the end of the tunnel. Be like, okay, yeah, I'm going through all this and this, but what's good about it? I'm going to enjoy this and this and this. In everything, look at the end of the tunnel. Look at the consequences. And just know that every action that you take has its consequences. So it's up to you to be wise and choose the right decision. And also, take time to know and learn yourself, so that you know at what point you give it your best, and at what point you are giving it your lows. And also, last but not least, never look down on yourself. Believe in yourself. Increase your self-esteem. Accept yourself as you are. You can never have so many abilities and no weaknesses. You will always have weaknesses, and you have to accept them as you are. Someone told me, everyone has a story. You have your story, you have your story, you have your story. And my story cannot be the same as yours. We all have different stories. Sawa. Accept your story, accept your weaknesses, and if you're struggling or you have any mental disorders, I can personally link you up with the psychiatrist or the therapists I've actually been able to go through. And if you personally, you're going through that, it's also good to go through social media. Something like, let me discourage you from Google, because Google can give you a lot of mixed theories. You can go to Instagram, you can go to Facebook. Just try to look at posts people are sharing about anxiety, depression, mental health. Those tips, try to post them on your WhatsApp stories. That's what I personally do. Me, if I find anything good about anxiety, I post it on my status. And then, the good thing that comes about it, unaenda unaona mtu amefanya nini, repost. That's the good thing. Like, just try to reach out to people. It's not only for your sake. If you find something helpful to someone, post it, okay? So, guys, increase your self-esteem, accept your weakness and abilities, and move on. And that's all I have for you guys.
Wow. Able to appreciate tena. Self-awareness. That one has come out very clearly from him. Self-awareness. We really have to understand ourselves. And it is not automatic. You cannot wake up one day, one morning, and then you are able to understand the kind of a person, the kind of a character that you are. You have to go through a certain process that will make you understand the kind of a person that you are. To understand whether you are suffering any kind of a mental illness or disorder so that you are able to understand yourself. So how do we get to understand ourselves? So Christopher and that name. That one. Thank you very much for sharing your stories. Because by us hearing what they have gone through and how they were able to overcome the challenges that they had, they did not sit and closed themselves inside their bedrooms for them to overcome. Right? Ama imekuwa ni hivyo? You really have to talk. And I would like to applaud what he has just said, or what have really come out clearly about self-awareness. There is a model that we call the Johari's widow model. Wangapi wamesikia hiyo? Who else? The Johari's widow model. I'm going to mention it very briefly. So the Johari's window, and you can even draw it on your notebook. Just draw across like that. Hivyo tu kama msalaba. Ile video ya kitambo, ile tulifanya tukiwa church na in primary school. Yes, it have got 4 quadrants. Okay. Quadrant number 1 is the part that we call the known area. The known area or known self. Briefly and very fast. The second quadrant, the unknown area or the unknown self. The other one is the hidden area or the hidden self. The fourth one is the blind self or the hidden or the blind self. Yes. 4 quadrants. So what does they mean? When we go to the first quadrant, tumesema hiyo ndio gani? The known self. This part is the part that is known to us and to other people who are around us. Okay? Like someone here. Can you stand up and tell us your name very fast? We don't have much time.
Inga. My name is Inga.
Inga.
Yeah.
Wangapi wanajua naitwa Inga? Wangapi? Who else? You see several of us knows that she's Inga. Okay? Is she tall or short? Yes? Medium size. How about you, Inga? What do you say your height is?
I'm middle height.
Middle height.
Not tall, not short.
And we are in agreement. Okay? Is she brown? Is she dark? She's chocolate. Are you in agreement with chocolate? What else? Thin of fat. No, let's just say it.
It's okay, I don't mind.
Yeah, she's fine. She's thin, eh? Very thin.
Thick.
Like them. Oh, she's heavy. Heavyweight. Okay. And you agree with them. Okay, can you sit? Thank you very much. So what we say, or what we have just seen, these are the things that we have already seen in her. And she's in agreement, and she knows, she's aware that she's a heavyweight, she's a chocolate, maybe she's jovial. If we continue to interact with her, we'll get to understand her more, okay? During the time that we have interacted with her, I'm very sure, okay, let me first finish with the first one. With all the things that we know about her, and the things that she knows about herself, that's the area that you're calling the known area of every person. Na kila mtu akona yake. You know, everybody knows, when I'm talking about myself, I can start Njeri. Si kila mtu anajua hapa mimi ni Njeri. You know I'm short. And many other things that we can talk about myself. But, vile nimesimama hapa, there could be things that you have noted about me that I'm not aware. You can only tell me about them. Same case with my friend here, Inga. Okay? So, with the first quadrant, we talk about the things that are open, in the open. Like I'm known, I'm Jerry. And I have no problem. I'm short, which is okay. And many other things that can be said about myself. But when we come to the second one, this is an area whereby there are things that are known about me, lakini mimi sijui. And it is very much important that I get to know about them because they increase my self-awareness. Okay? And I encourage young people because many times we don't want to be told. We don't want to hear. People tell us about ourselves. Okay? Sometimes we're very negative. Let us be very positive when listening to others when they tell us about ourselves. Mtu anaweza kuwa amekuangalia akaona kuna shida fulani. You have a problem. Somebody might come and tell you that you need to see a psychiatrist. Usikia mtu matusi. I want to tell you from today, learn from the Johari's widow model that we have that quadrant, that area, that part of ourselves that we need to listen to other people so that we learn about ourselves. Okay? Like he said, he didn't know what the kind of a problem he had. Okay? Parents would be called until he went and sat down with his psychologist and his psychiatrist, and he was able to understand himself. Right? Then there is the third part of that quadrant. Is it the blind or the hidden? The hidden. The hidden area, and this one is very sensitive. The hidden area is the area whereby we have a lot of stuff that we have kept for ourselves. You see, like the way we are seated in this place, nikiwaambia vile mnakaa poa, Aki will not believe it. And I'm not exaggerating. Sindio Saimo? Hadi sijasahau. You guys look good. You look so innocent. Mnakaa nyinyi wote tumeokoka. Wakati ni Christians. Ni ukweli. You see? You know by look, huwezi sema hapa kuna mtu amewahi tumia kakitu. And when I'm talking about kakitu, is any substance of use. Anybody who has ever taken alcohol in this room? Hata kuoja tu, kuoja, si mingi. Sinaona. Na katubako kidogo. Kwa umbali kama kafirifiri. Ya kafirifiri. Na kamarijuana. Si marijuana, ni nini? Marijuana. Ehe. Ama mlijuana na mkazoeana. You see, what I'm trying to say is, there are those areas of ourselves, or that area, that we really keep to ourselves. Unajua zile secrets unaweka, na unafunika, na unawekelea kitambaa. Ndio mtu asione akikuja tu anaona too smart. Okay? And what I tell young people, the more you have for yourselves, the more you have for that hidden area really limits you in a very many ways. How? Because most of these things that you keep for yourselves are secrets. Okay? And the more secrets that you have, the more limited you become because you are so much keen of not talking too much, lest you spill the what? The beans. Okay? So let's go to the last one. The blind. The blind area of any individual is an area yenye hata wewe hujawahi jua unakuwa nayo. This is the area we talk about our potentials. Let me give an example. Aki nasijui kama watu wataninemu na hii Aki. I always give this example. Let's assume you see the way we are seated here. We are so quite comfortable, we feel secure and all that. Just imagine a lion comes in. Imeingia tu pale. And this lion is just hungry. Na haitaki maji. Haitaki chai. So what happens? Yes? You will see the reactions. You will see the gifts, you will see the potentials in this house. Things that you have never imagined that you can do. Okay? You will find people jumping up. Mtu amejishikilia. You've never thought that you'd jump that high. Unaweza pata mwingine, you have squeezed yourself through such a space na umetoka. Others will scream. Si wengine watasusu. Hiyo ni potential. You know, it's something that is hidden. It's something that you have never known. You've never imagined that would ever happen to you. Okay? So, in life, there are some circumstances that comes to us. Those stresses. Okay? And they make us get to understand the inner giftings or the inner, those potentials that we have. Okay? So those are the 4 areas of a person. And what am I trying to say by explaining that? That it is very much important for all of us to be very positive with whatever we hear people talk about us. Take time and listen. Take time and get to understand why a person has said something concerning you. It could be a sign or a red flag that you have a mental disorder. Are we together? So hautaenda mbali. Just be calm and listen. Don't be very much judgmental. Okay? You'll get to learn about yourself. The other thing is what? Is about getting somebody whom you can trust. Okay? If maybe what they have shared, although you're going to look at depression and anxiety, those 2 only, and then we go to addiction. And we have realized that they already have somebody. Imagine Christopher can even refer us to some people. Imagine who have helped him through the journey. Who do you have in your journey? Who do you have in your life? Who do you talk to when things are tough? Who helps you? You know, who corrects you? Okay? It is very much important that we get to identify some of these people. And that is why we have got psychologists, we have got these psychiatrists. And if you don't have anyone in particular, just walk into any hospital. Okay? And you'll find help. Usikae tu, umekaa tu huko, mimi hata sijui hawa watu wanapatikana wapi. And being seen by a psychiatrist doesn't mean that you are mad or something. And that is the thing that you are calling the stigma. Wacha wakae wakikuita mad or whoever they will call you. But just get into that psychiatric office and get the services that you require. Okay? Are we together? Yes. Tuko chonjo? Yes. Tumeweka hiyo dirisha vizuri? Let's go back to depression now. Chap. You know why I want to talk about depression today? It is because everybody, like everyone, we're talking about depression. COVID, depression. As in that I see depression, I want us to see it today. Okay? You get to learn so that you can help maybe someone out there, and you can also get to know and to know where you are as an individual. So what is depression? It's a mental health condition characterized by persistently. Characterized by what? depressed mood or loss of interest in activities causing significant impairment in daily life. Okay? Depression. It has those steps. It does not, you cannot wake up one day and tell us that you're depressed. Umelala tu kaamka kutuambia leo uko na depression. It can't happen like so. It's a process. Okay? It starts with those mild stresses. Okay? It advances, you know, to the chronic one until we get depressed. Okay? And when you're talking about this depression, there are the common signs and symptoms. Na nimesema hii sio kitu ya siku moja. Don't wake up one day and go telling people that you feel depressed. Okay? We have those feelings whereby you feel very low or even sad mood. Or people crying. You find yourself like every morning you wake up, you find yourself crying because there's nothing good that you feel like it's happening in your life at night, and you feel, you know, you're never happy about life. Loss of interest or pleasure, interest in things that you like doing. Or maybe you have seen somebody who has been good maybe at school, somebody who has been good in church, and they have lost interest in church. They do not come to church. You do not see them at school. Maybe you have a certain group where you meet and do things together. But when you're out there, you just find somebody has just disappeared from your team. Let us be our brothers and sisters keepers. When you find somebody who has been feeling low, who has been crying and complaining, and then all of a sudden this person has just disappeared, go look for that person. They could be suffering what? Then there is the feeling of hopelessness about the future, guilt, or low self-worth. When you're talking about feeling hopeless, it's like you are trying to do something, especially you guys. Like she said, like it took her time looking for that job. You know, tamaking, it's draining. It drains people. Unatembea until you feel like you're giving up. So, when somebody is just hopeless about the future, now that things are not working the way maybe you had planned. We all have plans with our lives. Si hatuishi tu, we all have plans. But this is not hopelessness for one day. It is that hopelessness, like you feel like you have given up. And you also feel guilty or low self-worth, like you never matter again. Like you do not even deserve even to wear good clothes or even to shower. Mostly you find this kind of people who suffer from depression. In most cases, they do not even shower. Unakaa tu. Unasema sasa naoga nioge nini? Yeah. Ama naamuka niamuke niende wapi? You know? Yes. Loss of self-confidence. Somebody who used to be very strong-willed, and things have changed. Suicidal thoughts or acts. He mentioned that when he's talking about the deceased friend. Mtu anakuja anaweza kukupea eti my dear hapo. Ukiingia kwa room na jiko. You know that's a red flag. That's a red what? Yes. Get to know how you help such a person. Yes? When somebody talks about getting into a river or maybe doing something crazy, get to know that one is a what? You kuna mtu anaweza kuwa depressed, and maybe you may not be able to pick all the signs that we require to tell that this person is depressed. Fatigue or loss of energy, that one we know. You are tired like throughout. In the morning you're tired, at night you're tired. You have no energy for work. You're just there. Agitation, slowing of movement or speech. Ulishatoka na kila kitu. Yani you feel like you're nothing. Nothing is good. even speech imechange, kila kitu imekuwa slow. Then disturbed sleep, appetite, decreased libido. When we talk about disturbed sleep, during the time, for people who have depression, their sleep might be disturbed in 2 ways. You might find yourself sleeping too much. Ukiingia kwa kitanda hautaki kutoka. Or when you get to bed, you do not sleep. Na unajua usipolala, by the way, lack of sleep itself is a mental disorder. Yes, that insomnia, continuous. Leo ujalala, kesho ni saa 8, saa 9, that way. It's a disorder. So if you have problems sleeping, you need to see a doctor. Okay? Yes. Things start from there. If you don't sleep. Others, when we talk about appetite, you might find yourself not eating or not feeding properly, while other people just eat. They eat, they do not feel, they do not get full. They just eat. You wake up, you get your breakfast, you eat. You go out there, you find you msai wa nini? Wa sausage na mayai. You eat. Ukisonga hapo mbele mle madhi wa mitungo. Unachukua moja. Kisonga kidmadadhi na hapo. Kuna hiyo. You just feeding. Hata kama weight inakuja, you don't care, you just want to eat, and that's all you want. So you eat, and eat. And you have been suffering all these others. Please, you need to be checked. You need to see a psychiatrist, or just go to any hospital. Okay? Yes, you'll be directed maybe to a psychiatric department or something. Decreased libido. Tumefika huko sisi? Hey, our youth. Bwana Yesu asifiwe sana. Give me anxiety. Give me anxiety. Oh yeah. Tuko hapo sasa. Haya, anxiety. It's a mental health condition marked by repeated feelings of worry, nervousness, or discomfort about something with an uncertain outcome. Hii kitu inasumbuanga watu. Hii anxiety about things that are there, about things that are not there. Those fears. We say it's a what? Repeated feelings of worry, nervousness, or discomfort about something with what? An uncertain outcome. Like now we are here. Mtu ameanza stress ajue ataenda home aje. Sasa huku walituleta. Sasa ona tu watu ni kuongea wanaongea. Sasa hii ni nini? You see? You worry too much. Okay? And it is not about only one thing. It's like you worry about everything. Okay? But you know what? We cannot control the world and its eventualities. Things just happen the way they're supposed to happen. So if you find yourself so nervous about everything, you see? Like, I don't know whether I share this or not. Yes. About a certain person, a patient of mine. What makes me happy about him? He's worried about the sunshine. Jua. No, you sit down with him and he's so worried. Sasa hii jua hakunyeshi vile kulikuwa kunanyesha. And then about music. The current music that we have actually for you guys. People do not, people of today, like the young men and women, they do not sing the kind of songs that used to be sung by Akina Kamaro. Akichekeni tu. Nervousness. and discomfort about something with an uncertain outcome. Then you are worried. By the way, these things are real. Somebody is worried about the rings, about the sun, about the yearning, about any other thing, these natural things that we see, things that we cannot be able to change. Okay? Higher. Not only those ones, there are also other things, like maybe the state of the maybehood of our families. Like he shared, he talked about the separation of his parents. As a son or a daughter, is there so much you can do to bring these two people together? And why should you die? You know, it's killing you. At night you are not able to sleep, you're thinking about it. In the morning, when you go to school, when you are in church, you're only thinking about your mom, you're only thinking about your dad, the relationship and everything that has to do with your parents. You see? And these things happen. So, we're talking about anxiety and these discomforts and all that. You feel nervous and restless or tense, maybe about those things that you cannot even be able to change. Having a sense of impending danger, panic or helplessness. I think we have already understood this. Sindio? Yeah. Having an increased heart rate, as he said, because you are thinking too much. Okay? Sweating and even trembling. Those are signs of somebody who is having an anxiety. Feeling weak or tired, trouble concentrating, I had said about that, having trouble sleeping, experiencing GI problems. Okay? So, you might be having a friend who behaves like this. Wacha kusema ni bangi. Si marijuana watu walisema walivuta hadi wakajuana na marijuana. Si bangi. Let us be aware. Wacha tufungue macho. Whenever we see these signs, whenever we see these things, I don't want to go to bipolar, although it is there. Maybe see. In 10 minutes, I want us to look at addiction. We understand what addiction is. Briefly. Addiction. How many agree with me that addiction is a disease? Why is it a disease? Why is addiction a disease? Why is addiction a disease? 10 minutes.
I think addiction can be a disease in this aspect. Like we talked about a desire. If it's finding happiness and then you have a temporary solution to it, let's say addicted to, let's say, pombe. So if you want to be happy, you go to pombe, it becomes more poison. So the addiction tends to be poison, and that's how it turns out to be a disease.
Yes.
You tend not to function without that, whatever it is you're addicted to. So if it's alcohol, you must take kidogo ya toa lock.
Your maisha is so good.
You also sort of don't have control over stopping it. It's beyond your control. It gets to a point where now you need an intervention to stop it, and it could even be a medical intervention.
Someone? Addiction? Ama ye mtaki sana. Siwezi toka huko. Siwezi. Na mwache kutoka nje. Mimi nitapeana ruhusa sasa. Hii addiction lazima tuiongelee leo. Leo ni leo. Huko nyuma, someone, what's addiction? Or is addiction a disease?
Addiction is a kind of habit that you develop after being used to a someone.
You're all right. Because addiction can be behavioral or chemical or both. Okay? Yes. And why we say addiction is a disease, I want us to look at the concept of addiction as a disease. Hello? Yes. Kabla tuende hapo pengine, I'll talk about several things, not much though. Okay. So, why we say that addiction is a disease? From what we have heard, you know, addiction, when we have to tell that somebody is addicted to a certain drug or substance of use, there are signs and symptoms that we look. Sio kusema tuseme that somebody is addicted and then there is nothing you're able to see. There are what? Signs and symptoms, okay, that we see, just like any other disease. We can say there are those diagnostic criteria or the signs that we see for us to be able to tell that somebody is suffering from a certain illness. Okay? The other thing is that addiction changes the structure and the functioning of the brain. It does what? Yes, it changes the structure and the functioning of the brain. I want us to use our both hands. Let's put our hands down for us to understand that point. Everyone. Yes. By use of your two hands, I want us to imagine, because I don't have the diagram for what? For a brain cell. A brain cell resembles almost your two hands when they're facing one another like this. Kila mtu angalie yake. Okay? Usifunge, that gap is part of the brain. Okay? And that gap that is between your two hands or the fingers is called the synapse. Okay? This ka open space hapa. It's called the synapse. The what? Synapse. The synapse. Okay? Then there are the finger-like things. Yes? On the brain cell that are called the dendrites. Okay? The what? The dendrites. Then from there, we've got this area, the palm, or the round area, that is called the nucleus. Okay? The nucleus. Then we have this long part that is called the axon. Yes, axon. Okay? And for a normal brain cell, those cells have to be two, like we are demonstrating with our own hands. Okay? Are we together? Are we getting this? Now, why I'm saying that they must be two, just the same way we got our two eyes. When you have one eye, what do we call such a person? Sindio? So wakati we hauna kaseli kamoja. You see there's an abnormality. Okay? There's, okay, when we don't have the eyebrows. Sindio? Sutaangalia mtu huyu uone ana eyebrows. Do they look very normal? You see? Or you find one, a person with, yes, a whole arm, but some fingers are missing. But they're very normal. Yes, so what I'm trying to explain is, when we take in the substance of use in our brains, in our body, I don't want to talk about the physiological effects that we get after we take whatever we take in our bodies. What I'm saying is, or what we said is the changes in structure or functioning of the body. I want to talk about the changes in structure of the brain cell. Okay? when you take some of these, these substances of use, time. Time is over. Let me finish this, please. Okay, some substances like marijuana will affect the dendrites. They burn. They burn what? They burn the dendrites. So you can imagine somebody is walking around, yet they have already burnt their what? Their dendrites. Is that person normal? You see? Nas huku anatembea, kitembea. And the more you continue taking them, the more you continue to destroy the structure of your brain. And that is why we say addiction is not only a sickness or an illness, but a chronic illness. Because the moment you destroy the dendrites, the moment you destroy the structure of your brain, it cannot be repaired. Once it is gone, it's gone. I've just given one example of marijuana. Marijuana, that's what it does. We have cocaine that blocks these spaces, okay? And if you've got your nostrils, and then a growth develops and blocks the nostrils, are you normal again? You see? But what happens when you take that cocaine and then it blocks these spaces? You see, things just go wrong. So what I would like to say, I may not say much, but take care of yourself, take care of your brain. Because even as we talk about this mental illness, use of these substances are some of the etiological causes of what? Of mental illness. Okay? Because the moment you keep on reducing the number of your what? Of your brain cells. Are you normal again? Yes, and you develop a sickness from there. Then I would like to talk about the progression of the disease. Which disease? This disease that we call addiction. So that you know where you are. So that you know where your friend is. So that you can tell where your brother or where your sister is. Okay, there is the very first step that we call, the experimental or recreational use. You will ask people here whether they are addicted to alcohol, and they will tell you no. Why? Mimi nakunywanga tu kwa bash. Here a bash, it is already listed. Okay? Yes, it is the very first step of addiction that we call the experimental or the recreational use. Okay? And you are in danger of getting to that other part. Then the second one is called the circumstantial or occasional. Unatoka kwa ile ya bar, sasa unakuja umeadvance pole. Sasa unajiona kama umekomaa. So every time wazee wanapata, you are also there. Okay? With time, you find yourself in this other one that we call the intensified, or the regular user. Bado unaenda ukiadvance tu. You advance with age. And then you finally find yourself as a compulsive or addictive user. So what we say, right from step one, if you know you take anything, just know that you are at risk of getting or becoming an addict. So take care. I've mentioned 4 stages. I talked about the experimental or the recreational user, the circumstantial or the occasional, the intensified or regular use, compulsive or the addictive stage. Sasa kila mtu anajua mahali yako. Ila ikijatajwa wewe ndio huko. So it is always good. Take care of yourselves. Let us take care of our people out there. Let us be those role models that we are becoming. Okay? Yes. I don't know whether I have got any time for any questions. 10 to 4. I was to finish about that time. 5 minutes. Question? Any questions?
Yes, please, just can you, Margaret, please say something on behavioral addiction?
Okay. On behavioral addiction. You know, when we're talking about that addiction, it is something that gets into you and converts maybe something like priorities. When you get into something like drinking, yes, it is a chemical thing that you take into your body, and we have seen some of the effects that it causes to your brain. When it comes to a behavior, you see, it's like somebody is now getting used to putting things into their mouths. Every time you want to have something, every time you want to have that taste, you know, of alcohol or something, that is a behavior that also affects the brain because it changes the patterns of your thinking. You see, like people in, what is it called? Isakina Mozart, I don't know what. Yes? Gabbling. You see, gabbling, you don't take anything through the mouth. But it is something that you do, and you find yourself enjoying until when important things or duties comes calling, you do not value them. All you want is to gabble. When you have money and when you don't have money. You better go and steal until you find that thing that you want to do, because it is now programmed in your mind that this is something that I must do. Yes. Have I answered your question?
Another question tied to that. Like yesterday we were learning about introverts, and you find that they love creating ideas in their head or creating their own world. When you have that persistent behavior, is it an addiction, or can that amount to addiction?
Not really. Because for introverts, you know, they are created like that. They are very creative. Because whatever we talk as extroverts, then they keep theirs from inside. These people can build a whole masonite inside their heart or their brain. So they cannot be addicted into that because that's them, and that is how they are created. Otherwise, they can also get or fall into into this test of being of becoming addictive. It may be a certain thing, like we said about gambling. Yes, like any other person, and pornography, because they want to hide, and masturbation and the like. Yes.
There's a question here.
Yes, please.
I would like to ask two questions. First, what's the difference between overthinking and anxiety? Because I think most people tend to mistake that they are overthinking, yet according to the science we showed us here, it's anxiety. Two, how can you be assured of confidentiality? Because when some people tend to withdraw or not to go for addresses to those of the psychiatrists, the psychologists, because they feel as if those people will be like laughing at them when they want to tell other people, and then they laugh at them, and to you take it so seriously. So how can you be assured of confidentiality about your issue when you share it to those people?
Okay, let me start with the very first one. The difference between anxiety and overthinking. Overthinking is in the list of the diagnostic criteria that tells you that one has an anxiety disorder. By this, you are thinking and overthinking about something that you cannot be able to control. And that one gives you those worries and nervousness. So where do you find yourself? Inside anxiety. Have I answered that? About the confidentiality. You really have to do your survey when you're going to see maybe a psychologist or maybe somebody that you want to open to. Like many psychologists are professionals. Go for professionals. Sometimes people choose to go to church to see their pastor because of maybe the maturity, you know, the Christian, what do we call it? That maturity. You know, you always have to check. Hawezi enda tu kwa mtu. You cannot just wake up and go to run to somebody whom you know may not be able to hold. You know what we hear as psychologists? These are things that you have learned all through your life. It's only now somebody now comes presenting with them. So you don't even find them so exciting that you got to share I don't know what. No. Hakuna kitu eti kubwa eti mgeni eti nini. Just come because this person is trained. This person has heard a lot. Okay? Yes, concerning the area of their profession. Okay? And never feel like they're going to share with who now and for what reason. Ni kama daktari. You see, the moment you go to hospital and maybe you need to be checked. Like for us ladies, hata kuona boob or something or any part of the body. Daktari ukitoa nguo yako daktari ya kuangalie, mbona unakubali? You see, it's like undressing before this what? Before this psychologist. They are used to that and they are trained to do that. So there isn't anything that is so big, so new to them. Okay, just like you undress, you are taken to theater, mbona tusiogope daktari tenda kusema niliona anakaa. Si una undress tu, unaenda tu. Kama ni labor, enda labor, weza. Nana tashidandia na uchi yako. You know, that's the concept. Okay, that's the concept. So make sure you get a professional. Otherwise you go to some other people, mtu ajoi sikia vitu vingine. Sasa atashangaa, maybe you ilikuwa nini or I don't know, but just get to a professional every other time. Yes. Karibu. Yes, please.
At the government hospitals, how much does someone has to pay for the services?
For counseling. Imagine they are free. You only pay the consultation fee. Okay. Like where I work, it's only, I think it's 150 for card and consultation. Then if you get to any office, then you'll be pushed to the psychiatric department and there you'll find help. Imagine it is not expensive. It's not. Yeah. Let us embrace these gifts. Sindio? Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Are we done? Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes. Kuna ile kitu tunaita resilience. You see, our psychological strength differs. There are some people who are very strong psychologically. Unaona kama hiyo shida unasema ya mzazi, ikupate wewe na ipate wengine wawili. The way we cope or the way we manage that stress, imagine differs. Kuna mtu akona hiyo defense mechanism very strong and they're able to come out of such situations very well, successfully. Na anatoka tu, yeye anasonga. Kuna mwingine ako hapo katikati moderate. Ajui kabisa ako wapi. Na mwingine hata ataingia kwa kitanda. Ni lazima aende tukampatia prazola mko aweze kustabilize kiasi. So mtu asijilinganishe na mwingine, hatufanani. Even though we are brothers or sisters or whoever siblings, we are not, our psychological strengths are not equal. Na sio kusema ni lazima irudi. So kama haijakupata, stay positive. Mimi sipatwi. Sawa sawa? Stay positive. Yes. Have I answered?
All right, thank you very, very much. We are going to stop here because we need to go to the next activity. We can give her just like the others that Kalabanda did here. So let's go. Kalabanda. Kalabanda. Senorita. Senorita. Thank you very much. We really appreciate. So from here, we're going to have a tea break. Tea break change over. So we meet, so if you go this way, there is a tent around there. Just after the tent, opportunity to field. We all meet there. Please come in comfortable clothing, comfortable shoes. We'll be there for another about 2.5 hours, till about 6:30 there. So, time to enjoy ourselves. If you're now work, it's time to have a bit of, some playtime. So thank you so much. We really appreciate. We do hope that if you have any other questions, you can let us know. We will get in touch with you with us at any point. Thank you, God bless. So let's read this. Take water to you there.